What's up, what's up, what's up? Wait, what did I title this? Oh, I don't even remember what I titled this. What's up, people? What's up?
Hello.
Hey.
So, I just want to let you know you should, come back to Christianity because, believing in God and the Holy Spirit and Jesus Christ is a better life.
How so? By what metric?
I'll give you an example.
Hmm.
Let me give you a story of my own. When I was 17 years old, I used to be like you. I was like an atheist. And I didn't believe in God and stuff like that. So I was dating this girl, somewhat underage, but I was 17. But anyways, so sorry. Okay. So we were living this passion of life through atheism in a way because we didn't really see our futures and we're just going with the flow. That's what we were thinking. And then one day a car crash happens. She gets unalived, and I felt really sad. So this for me, one of the coping mechanisms is to go back to Jesus Christ.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll admit, Christianity, religion can help with the struggles of life. But I mean, you could have still stayed an atheist and suck out therapy, speaking to a therapist or speaking to your friends, yoga. There are plenty other things that can do the job aside from religion. So it's not really an advantage that religion has. Other things can do the same thing, right?
I mean, I guess that's one way to think about it.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh wait, what happened? Oh shit. Okay, hold on, guys. Let me fix my. Okay, bear with me. If you suggested to come up here, just give me 5 seconds. Give it 5 seconds. I'll be good to go in a second. I'm about to start using my soundboard. Good to see it. I've changed my profile picture. It's cartoon me. Oh, that's pretty cool. I actually don't remember your former profile picture, so I don't know. It's been a while. Let me unplug my phone. Sorry, looks weird right now. There we go. Then I'm just gonna plug this in. What's up, Icy? One of my day ones. There we go. Almost there. Hello, testing. Grab my headphones. Almost there. Bear with me. Almost there. Let's see. Okay, now I'm good. I I'll have two friendlies up here. And what's up? I see. You're always welcome here. I'll have two friendlies and one opposition at a time today.
I can't hear you.
Wait, what about now?
It's still quiet.
Oh, Okay, hold on. Testing, testing. What about now? Is this good?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, okay. While we're doing this, I'm gonna be working on my blog site, um, and writing down like today what I want to accomplish, right, is write down all the reasons that I don't believe in Christianity, and then I want to study Christianity and see if what I learn can extinguish my problems with Christianity, and I may I might return back to the faith. Or maybe I might never return back to the faith, and the flaws that atheists are finding are legitimate flaws that cannot be solved.
Well, can I suggest a reason?
Sure. Hit me with one.
I mean, maybe you could ask Jesus to make your head less vertical.
Oh, wow. Nice. No, 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 no. It's okay. It's okay. I'll take that. I'll take that. I am Nigerian, and I have a potato head and a big ass forehead. So like, I will take that. I'll take that. No, no, it's completely fine. Like when I was in school, it's pretty obvious that I have big lips, a big ass forehead, and my head is shaped like a potato. So I'll take it. Embarrassingly, I'll take it.
All I wanted to say is that's a grown man who made his profile picture a mirror picture with his face covered. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, like I can't do anything about my big ass forehead and my potato head and big lips. I might get lip reduction, maybe. I'm like, meow. Okay, next person, next person. What's up? What's up? Welcome.
What's up, brother?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah, so if you'd like to, you mentioned like you're researching like certain problems that you have.
Oh yeah.
You said,
Today I'm working on my blog site and like I'm writing down all the problems I have with Christianity. And then,
yeah. So what are those? Is what I
um
was wanting to ask.
let's see. Let me look at my blog site. But wait, maybe I can show you guys actually. Here, let me show you what my process is like. Um, Give me 1 second. Bear with me. I have to like take my phone off the phone stand. Um, and then I'm gonna turn my screen and turn off the green screen. So, yeah, hopefully you guys can see that. Wait, hold on. Sorry, sorry, everything with me is taking a long time. But okay, so this right here is my blog site, right? And like on my blog site, I have a page that I'm working on called Reasons I Don't Believe in Christianity, and it's currently labeled in progress because I haven't finished it. And ultimately, this project that I'm doing, right, is supposed to be about me, being able to steel man Christianity and steel man atheism and figure out like what it is that I believe in. Um, but what I have here so far on this page in regards to like why I don't believe in Christianity, the first thing is like there's not really a symmetry breaker, right? The lack of a symmetry breaker when it comes to miracles or God's interaction. How do we know it's God and not coincidence or naturalism? So like I guess the first thing we could talk about would be like when I was Christian, I would pray for things, right? And sometimes I would get what I prayed for and I would be like, thank God, like God did it for me. Um, but there would be times where I didn't get what I prayed for. And, an easy Christian response to that, or what priests and people around me would say, is that maybe it's not God's will and you should pray that God's will be done. And that's great and all, but it could also be the case that everything that I'm praying for would have happened anyway without God interacting or doing anything. There's actually no way to measure God's interaction in any of the things that I prayed for or happened in my life. These things could be coincidences or explained by naturalism. And so, upon realizing that, like, I was kind of like, how do I know if God's even hearing my prayers? How do I know if, God's making all of this stuff happen? There's no way to measure it. So there's not really a symmetry breaker. And then I guess like lastly to add to like the whole symmetry breaker thing is like in history there's been multiple times where we would attribute God to like certain things, right? I write about it in this article. One of those things is um, prior to the arrival of neuroscience, people would conclude that individuals who had schizophrenia were possessed by demons, right? And it's only with like further research in neuroscience that we were able to figure out that it was something going on neurologically that was the reason for why people had schizophrenia. So a lot of times we like to say like, something happened and like God did it, but there's no way to measure God's involvement. There's no way to know whether God did anything, and it could equally as much just be science or something we haven't really discovered when it comes to science. Um, or just a coincidence. It doesn't necessarily have to be God. It could have happened anyway, regardless of God interacting. So like my first problem is just gonna be like the Christianic worldview seems like not really realistic because like I'm looking for a symmetry breaker that is gonna convince me that God is doing stuff rather than, these stuff would have happened anyway without God. That would be like one reason I don't believe in God. Sorry for the long-windedness.
No, you're good. I completely understand that one. That's a it's a very good. That's a very good. How do I say? What am I trying to say? That's a very valid one, brother. Yeah, and I even nothing crazy like something happened to me the other week where I was like I don't know, I'm the type of person where something could happen like that, like a sort of like in the box Christian would be like, oh, that's a miracle, Or I'm just like, I don't really want to say. I don't really want to say. Like how I don't know that it is.
Yeah.
That's just what happened.
No, like
But
no, yeah, like I totally agree with you, right? Like things will happen. It could be God, like legitimately. It could legit be God. Sorry, hold on. Let me get my footing here. Um but it could also be coincidence, it could also be science, it could be anything else. I'm not really saying like a symmetry breaker. Now, I was thinking about this the other day, right? I was thinking, like I was driving in my car to work, and I was thinking that maybe the symmetry breaker is like the history or like everything that contributes to Christianity, right? What if the symmetry breaker is like Jesus rising from the dead, anything we can verify from the Bible? Maybe if people studied Christian, like maybe the symmetry breaker that will lead to like maybe these things are maybe God actually exists and is interacting with our life is just a thorough study of Christianity. But as of right now, I'm inconclusive when it comes to that. It was just a thought that came into my head on the way to work.
yeah, I grew up in a church and was never really like adherent or anything. Just kid, teen, doing my thing. But that's one thing I always like. If I am to believe in God, one thing that was really like on my mind most of the time was, the type of people you see, uh, you know, newcomers, type, who are like they need something to lean on. Essentially, they go there and they're in bad times, or whatever. And some I always struggled with was like, you know, it may just be the psychology of it. It just may be the whole, they need something, some sort of structure to rely on, some sort of, even group of people, that being the church, like to get them out of, lean on, like rather than it being any supernatural reason, that's one
Oh,
thing I always.
oh yeah. I think like religion can provide like community. Absolutely. I think like one of the things I miss about like being a Christian is, life was very simple, and like, now I'm an adult and like I have to like pay bills and stuff, and life is like very complicated, and I'm realizing that human beings lie, and like, a bunch of bad stuff is happening in the world. But like, when I was a kid running around being a Christian, having fun, it was cool. But there were good experiences along with like some bad experiences. There was community, yeah, but I could also find like community and like that same kind of support from other people. I've especially found it in like the deconstruction community, or like atheist, or other people that you meet outside of Christianity. Um,
Yeah,
you know.
community for sure. What I was more getting at was, I don't know if you've experienced this, but like people in a church uh, would come up to me sometimes, and they know I'm not adherent, and they'd be, like sort of, you know, I'm praying that God breaks you down so much that you'll come to the faith essentially. And that's where I'm like, the psychology of it, being broken down to where you feel the need to come to Christ essentially.
Oh, but I mean, like, don't you find that a little bit psychotic? Like, in order for like you to have like, in order for like these people that are saying this, right, to have like a relationship with God, they're like wishing that like God makes your life a living hell. So you have nothing but like, you have no option but to cling to God in like a last minute resort, or out of fear, or because you're like devastatingly drowning in life. Like,
Yeah, so that's what I was saying. Yeah, that's what in my experience I'd see a lot is those kind of people, coming to God. And that's where I'm like, is it really, them, their life being changed through supernatural force, or just them, having pretty much nowhere to go but up, essentially, you know?
yeah. Yeah, I can totally understand that. Another reason why I left Christianity was uh, I don't want to be like mean to Christians, but there were just certain Christians that were just like Christian when convenient. I think like, sometimes Christians are like, God exists, and like, we don't want to go to hell, and it's like so serious. It's such a serious like religion, right? But other times I see Christians who like think that they have a good relationship with God, but like they don't do their research. They don't know what sin is. So you have these Christians that are like, I think I have a good relationship with God, while literally committing sin, and not knowing that they're committing sin because they didn't do research. I think that research and knowledge allow us to make the best decisions that we can make, right? Um, and I think the lack of knowledge, clearly in my example, right, has us doing things that we don't even know are harmful or wrong, right? You have people committing sin. Um, but hold on, really quick. Consecrationics. Look, I'll bring you up, but I'm doing like one person at a time. You're gonna have to be patient. And
Yeah, see,
I'm not gonna
so
succumb to like bitter attitudes. Like, if you want to leave, you can leave. I'm giving every guest their time, and I only have two friendlies up here. So, but I will get to people. I'll try to keep these short. But
yeah, so
yeah,
more
good.
to the topic of um like what you said when I first got here, like you're if I understood correctly, you're sort of looking essentially for trying to figure out these things that you have problems with, so you could really like, have a satisfying, coherence of what to believe essentially.
Yeah. So I think like essentially like my page is the controversial compass, a space where only the best ideas win. The goal of like this whole project, like what I'm trying to get towards, is I want to study Christianity, and probably study like other religions, right? And be able to represent them in the best ways possible, like understand what people believe and why they believe them. And at the same time also study like atheism, right? And I want to get to a place where I figure out what it is that I believe in. And eventually, I want to see whether like all the problems I have with Christianity, whether they're legitimate problems or whether Christianity has like an answer to them. Um, but right now, I'm agnostic. So, like, if you were to ask me, like, does God exist? I would say, like, I don't know. I don't know if God exists. I'm in the middle. I live an atheist lifestyle, but I always worry that, like, hell might exist. Probably due to, like, maybe, like, religious trauma, indoctrination. Um, but yeah, like, I don't believe God exists, or actually, like when you ask me, does God exist? I say I don't know, and I live my life like an atheist,
Right.
a sinful whatever life, but I'm also, every now and then having like anxiety about the possibility that like hell could exist, and it does still affect my choices even after leaving. I left Roman Catholicism.
Okay. Yeah, and I would say like that's the only proper stance to take as far as the agnostic stance. Like I would say I'm agnostic theist. I don't believe anyone who says like they know. Uh, that's like not a valid statement, right? Like nobody knows essentially. And sure, you get those like bad faith, actors out there, or whatever. But um, yeah. So essentially, what I really wanted to say was, have you ever put any thought into, I see mostly as like either the word is 100% divinely inspired, Christians, they believe in the entire text to be God's word, and atheists think none of it, Uh,
Yeah.
I would encourage a middle road, essentially. I think we all skip over the middle road of if God's divine word is in the text, how much of it is actually in the text, and what is possibly just made up, sort of
Hmm.
added passages just to justify certain deeds of the powers that be at the time, essentially, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what's odd? People have brought that point to me, but I've never actually like registered what you just said, and I should have. But like I hold the belief that like if God exists, he's all knowing, he's all powerful, right? And the Bible's supposed to be his divine the divine word of God and like inspired by him. I would assume that there'd be no mistakes. I'd assume that it would be like this perfect book. God is all powerful. He knows everything. It should be giving us like solid knowledge. There shouldn't be any contradictions. It should make complete sense. But I mean, like, it could be the possibility that like certain things in the Bible, um, there could be a possibility that certain things in the Bible are true, and God's power worked in some areas, but in other areas humans like fucked it up. But I I guess what I would expect from a God that's all powerful is he wouldn't allow his word to be like faulty in any regard, especially if it's going to be a pathway for like people to come to have a relationship with him and understand the world that he is wanting them to live in.
Right. Yeah, so that's, yeah, pretty much. I hear that uh, a few times, and it's, there's those verses where it says God's word is essentially, God is the word, right? Or Jesus is the word, or, and it dwells within us, right? Um, Not necessarily so much the text, essentially. Um, and if his like physical, letter written word is in the text, I would say, I'm sure that, if God is God, right, and his word is preserved, that would definitely be in there. That would make sense. But yeah, like man is fallible, man does egregious things for their own gain, And as far as like the biblical text that we have today, um, I would ask you, like, where in the text does it even say that God condones this text that we have, that God asked, someone to write this modern day text that we have and call it canon and live our lives by this text. It mostly just says, when it's referring to God's word, that he is the word, or, the word is within us. And so, like, does that make sense?
Yeah, so like maybe the Bible doesn't say like, but then again, I have to read the entire Bible. I know like bits and pieces, but maybe the Bible doesn't say like verbatim like God said like, you guys need to trust this Bible. But this
Well,
book,
it wasn't around back then, It
yeah,
wasn't.
like it wasn't really like around. But this book is the source material that's giving us everything we know about God, and like he's all like everything, like how he's all knowing, how he's how he exists everywhere, how he loves everyone, how he's all powerful. Um, and yeah, so yeah, God's not really telling us to like trust this book, but this book is like telling us everything about God, and is said to be like the inspired word of God. But
Yeah.
I mean, there is some details in there that would hint that Jesus left his church in the hands of like certain individuals, and like they kind of like carry out his church and are responsible for his church, and I guess like creating what is the Bible. But other than that, yeah, you kind of have a point there.
Yeah,
Um,
that's just one thing I like to, you know, point out.
Yeah, but also, I do have a question. You said that like God said like the gospel or something like that dwells in us, right? Like, but like I don't really see how it does. Like, how does the Bible dwell in us? And rather than like the Bible and the written literature itself.
Yeah. So that's one of my, I couldn't give you a good answer. Uh, um, because that's one of my things about the text is there's an infinite amount of interpretations to take, right? And I sometimes, um, see a standpoint in my head where it's, uh, you know, this text originally, this talk of this God originally could have just been pointing to not like a god, not like a deity. I feel like that could have been twisted along the way into, like in Genesis where it says God is the word, and the word dwells within us. It sort of hints at a more like spiritual, more like we God is everything and he is within us, sort of, which isn't really a Christian view. It's sort of a, I can't remember the name of like that sort of take on spirituality, right? But
Mm.
essentially, I see some of the text, and I'm like, how do I know it just originally wasn't, this book of showing us the deeper meaning behind our thought processes and life experience type of thing, and
I hear you. I hear you.
yeah, I don't want to give you an answer in bad faith, you know what I mean? So
No, you're good. Also, like that's another reason. That's another one of my reasons why I don't really believe in Christianity. Just mass confusion.
yeah.
Of like people interpreting the text in like different ways. God couldn't have made like a better system for delivering His word. But yeah, lots of stuff like that.
Yeah, so I'll leave you with this as far as, yeah, delivering his word, the text, and what I've been saying is, if anything, um, as a believer, I would say, get your word from the source. Essentially, what did they do before there was the text? What did the people do who wrote the text? They got their word and their guidance from the source, right? The God. So that's what I would like to adhere to, like putting my trust in the God, supposing there is one, rather than the man-made text. But I'll leave it at that unless you want to take it any further.
No, that'll be it. It was good talking with you. Normally, on my channel we do like debates or like formal debates or intense debates where people are like insulting each other and stuff. But today is Casual Talk Tuesday. Wait, I think right. Today's not Monday, right? Today's Tuesday. Oh, okay,
Right.
okay. Yeah, Casual Talk Tuesday. And yeah, I'm just having conversations 1v1 with people. So sorry, like
Yeah.
I lost count of like I don't even pay attention to like what day it is anymore because like I'm like working my job or like doing this. I'm like always busy, so like I don't even pay
Man,
attention.
easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, and shoot, sorry, I don't mean to keep you. Oh
You're
yeah,
good.
bro. Thanks for having me on. I love your presence, brother. Very soft spoken, very loving individual. I could see it, brother. I appreciate you. And I just say, on this journey you're taking, your blog and everything, going down this rabbit hole, brother, don't get discouraged. It's a big, task to take on, bro. And I love that for you, dude. Somebody's got to do it, you know?
Yeah, but
And
it depends when you catch me. Like sometimes, like I'm in, I
yeah,
it
we're all
depends.
human, brother. Yeah,
Yeah.
nah. But keep it up, bro. Stay up.
Yeah.
Much love.
If you follow me, I'll follow you back. I follow everyone that follows me. But yeah, I'd like to see you again.
Yeah, bro. I will follow you, dude. Have a
Yeah.
good one.
Yeah, you too. So yeah, and then okay. Thank you guys for being here. There's 20 people in here. If you could do me a favor, just tap in like your screens. For now, I'm doing like 1v1s with like two friendlies on the panel, but eventually I'll probably open it up to a full panel. I'll give it like an hour, maybe maybe at 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock. I'll like open it up to like a full panel, and I'll be here till like 11. But for now, I'm kind of just doing 1v1s. It's Casual Talk Tuesdays. Um, and yeah, I'm not really doing debates. I do have a debate event that's coming up. One on May 4th, one on May 16th, and then another on June 20th with a bunch of different people debating over various topics. But thank you guys for being here. We're going to go on to the next guest. If you could like and share the live, tap your screens for me. It gets more people in here and gets more interesting conversations going. And I'll be talking to people. Next person we got is Spicy Curry. Applause. Woohoo, yeah. Yeah. Wow. Welcome, Spicy Curry.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good.
How long have you been doing this, by the way?
I've been doing this for 2 years, going on 3 years. But yeah, I've been working on this TikTok project for like 2 years, and August, I think August, let me see. Somewhere in August is going to make like 3 years of me doing this, either 3 or 2 years. I'll have to go check my profile, my post.
I haven't been listening in for too long, but I really like the way you conduct your your panel.
Oh, but don't be fooled. Like right now, I'm being like calm and stuff, but debates get very hectic. I throw insults, people insult me. It gets vicious. But like some days, I just like I'm chill and like I just want to like calm down and like have a chill live. But sometimes we have exciting, aggressive debate lives, and like it gets intense. There's its moments.
When you say atheism, are you using like the philosophical concept where
Yeah.
there's like the positive belief that gods plural don't exist?
Yeah, so typically, when I say atheism, yeah, I am referring to like the philosophical definition from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. An atheist is just going to be like somebody who affirms that God doesn't exist. Um, and yeah, basically, I would say I'm agnostic. So when someone asks me the question, does God exist? I say, I don't know. I'm evaluating the evidence and trying to get to a conclusion of whether I want to be a theist or an atheist.
Hmm. Do you think that you've already been convinced to a point in which it's absurd to continue listening to reasons? So, for
Yeah.
example, like
Okay.
someone might have that opinion when it comes to Bigfoot, right? They're no longer, or like a flat Earth, they're no longer entertaining hearing reasons for the other side because it's come to a point of absurdity to deny it.
I feel like for some people that might be the case, but for me, it really depends when you catch me. For some reason, I don't tire of these conversations. Um, but like, it kind of depends. I did post a post today saying like, typically all the debates that you see on TikTok, we're kind of going over the same topic. But yeah, sometimes I get tired of it, but then like I always come back to it, and I'm always open to like hearing people's perspectives and having my mind changed. I'm always challenging what I believe. And yeah, like I've told people that I'm open to God existing. If you can, solve my problems or give me proof, or not even proof, like just good enough evidence, I'm willing to change my positions on things. I'm always open to hearing it. But yeah, I guess maybe like 3 or 4 days out of the year, I get tired of these conversations, then just come back to it later.
Okay, so it sounds like you haven't, you don't think that there's some logical problem with the definition of a god. So you're not like an atheist, right?
I mean,
Like you don't think that it's an incoherent concept to say that like a creator mind exists without maybe like in a supernatural sense.
I would say I'd probably need to dive more into that. There's just a lot of arguments I haven't really evaluated on whether God is illogical. So I can't really say right now. But
So I guess kind of that puts you in a position where you're evaluating the reasons, kind of like there's a scale, right? And you're putting weight on one side and putting weight on the other, and then just seeing how they turn out, right? And then that's what you're convinced in, right?
yeah, or I would say like I would say okay, this is gonna sound weird, but bear with me. I would say I am the scale. And hold on, let me give a visual. I would say I am the scale. And, my two hands are like the different plates, right? And in one hand, I have like Christianity. And in the other hand, I have like atheism. And I'm like evaluating the evidence, trying to see like which worldview is like more probable. And, the more evidence I evaluate, the scale like tips, or it tips this way. And whichever one is heavier is going to be the worldview that I'm more likely to believe in, and let the other one go. Right. Hold on real quick. Okay, really quick, I have to go do a quick chore, but Icy and Satir, if you want, you can contribute to the conversation. Sorry, guest, I'll be right back. It'll take me like 2 minutes.
How's it going, guys?
Very well. Is my audio okay? 'Cause I haven't really.
I think so.
Uh,
Sounds a little scratchy, but
no, I just connected a mic and I just don't know. Hello, hello, hello.
I hear you. So are you an atheist, or do you just not label yourself?
Oh, I'm a deist.
Oh, you're a deist.
Yeah.
So by that, you think that something kicked it off, right? Something with a mind
No.
kicked it off, or
No,
some
I'm a
other concept.
pantheist. I just believe like reality is part of a necessary being. The kicked it off thing is kind of a weird concept for me personally.
you explain what that means? Part of a necessary being. When I hear the word being, I immediately think like this is a mind and it has desires and beliefs
No.
and stuff.
Oh no.
You don't mean it in that concept, right? Like an
No,
ontological
I just mean like some
way.
existence. Like there's some existence that's necessary, and because of this necessary existence, the universe, me and you, we exist.
I'm curious, why do you think that would make you not an atheist? Do you think that atheists would
I
reject
talk about
a
this all the time.
necessary being in that sense?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
sorry if it's overstated. I just have never understood panpsychism in that way.
yeah, for me, it's. I mean, I just because you kind of understand the philosophy, so like you're gonna ask the questions and be like, run down like everything I actually believe. So like I'll tell you I'm a deist, but in like general conversation, like Coco, like he's like he even like positions me as atheists in debates, and then we get into the debate, and I'm like I'm a deist, and then they're like, wait, what? So it's like to the average person, I just be
That's
like, I don't
funny.
believe in religion. I'm an atheist because it's just what they would understand as an atheist. So it's like, yeah,
Right.
it's a weird thing.
Okay, I'm back.
So, but like, why wouldn't you just say you're an atheist that believes that there's a necessary, you know, either that the universe is necessary or that, or something else, you know?
I mean, I'm not opposed to saying it. If that's what you want to classify me as, that's fine. I don't run away from the title of atheist.
Are you just trying to get away from the like preconceived notions about atheists that
Yeah, there's always gonna
they
be
believe
that
all kinds of
guy
things?
who's
Right,
like,
I know what you
you
mean.
believe everything came from nothing, and they're just
Right.
like you think we poofed into existence. And so it's
Okay,
like,
you're just trying to get away from the label. I totally get that.
and so it's
It-
like I'd rather not have this.
Oh, you okay, I see?
Coco.
Oh, you okay, I see? Oh, what happened to him? You good?
Sorry, I gotta do something real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. I guess I can take over, unless Satir, you have something to say.
I don't really, I'm not like half paying attention, but like,
Oh,
uh,
okay.
have you sorted out what your issues with Christianity yet? Or
No, I still have a lot to document. There's like a lot of things I have to like list out. I'm not really working on it right now. I'm kind of focused on the live 100%, but like if not during this live, then definitely after the live before I go to sleep, I will have this done.
nice.
Even if it unalives me. I'm kidding. Like, cause like that's the whole point of this project. The whole point of this project is to get to an end, right? To get to a point where I have decided I'm atheist or I'm Christian. Like one of these days, right after all this research, I'm gonna post on this TikTok. I'm gonna say, guys, I've done it. I've figured my shit out. I'm an atheist. And everyone's gonna be like, finally, he made a decision. He's not agnostic anymore. Everyone's gonna have like a roaring applause, you know? Like, thank God, he's not sitting on the fence anymore. For fuck's sake. Or maybe, maybe I end up becoming a Christian and people are like, oh no, man, like, he went the opposite way. Why? No kidding.
Honestly, at this point, I doubt you'll be Christian.
No. I mean, something shocking would have to happen. Everything would have to be perfectly explained. Or all my problems
Say
would have to
that?
be defeated or something.
What about? Yeah, I mean, what are your feelings on deistic concepts of God? Do you have an immediate instinct to disbelieve in them?
I would say that um, I do need to look more into deism, but I would say like deism in my head is probably more reasonable than Christianity. I don't see like God being all loving, being compatible with like the world that we live in, but a God that kind of like made everything and then took a step away. That makes sense, actually. Like a God that's not really involved. And yeah, like, our world went to shit and he's kind of like watching all this shit happen and he's not interacting with anything. That would make way more sense than Christianity. But I'm not really sure if any God exists.
Well, I guess so. I would describe myself as a hard atheist, but my reasons for believing and disbelieving in God's, the scales change per concept. But I think that there's so many that lean towards active disbelief, and I've never experienced one where I've actually had a positive, a net positive scale going the other direction, where I think it's obvious to call myself a strong atheist. But like even for deistic concepts of God, I think people shouldn't believe in them because it's unparsimonious.
No.
But I think all the reasons I have to disbelieve in God concepts follow the exact same format for my reasons for disbelieving in Bigfoot or fairies or anything else that we could think about.
I feel like me too.
So, because I've just never found an argument that doesn't really work in the same way. At least the ones that work for Bigfoot, right? Like, of course, there are bad arguments against gods. I think atheists have to. It's like being a Christian that thinks all arguments are good for their God, right? Ontological argument is garbage. When I hear Christians say that, I'm happy. But
Agreed.
it tends to be a lot of atheists that won't even admit that they're bad arguments against certain God concepts. Like for example, the absence of evidence is evidence of absence. That's an argument that's really good for gods where you would expect to see certain states of affairs, like Christianity, right? Like you'd expect to see, for the version of Christianity where there's a global flood, you would expect to see evidence that a global flood occurred, right? Yeah. And so you can run that kind of argument, and it's good for those concepts, but against deism, it's just garbage. It doesn't do any work, right?
Yeah.
So I guess those are my opinions on God concepts, mostly.
Okay. Some arguments are going to work against certain God concepts. Some are not. And there's just like a lacking of good arguments for God concepts. But yeah, no, I sort of agree. I don't have.
I think that.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that one argument that tends to work across the vast majority of God concepts, except for like really rarefied ones, are is just pointing out the fact that this is the exact kind of thing we would expect to see as an invention of the human mind. 3,000 plus religions, they all have easy patterns to find. I mean, when we read like Norse mythology, so many different religions have something like a Valhalla, heaven, hell, whatever else, right?
Yeah.
This is exactly the kind of thing that we would expect humans to make up, you know? And even if that doesn't immediately tip the scales 100% to one side, it does edge out on almost all the concepts from zero to towards atheism.
I like I
You
sort
know?
of agree actually. Especially like with a Christian God, right? When it comes to like Genesis to Revelation, right? God is doing these miraculous things, like, you know, changing and altering the physics of our world and like doing all this stuff, and he's very loud. He even comes down as Jesus to do stuff. But you know, post the Bible, right? As we begin to enter like the scientific era and we start to like do research and be able to explain natural phenomenon, right? God fades out of existence. He's quiet, silent, unable to be found. At best, Christians are giving me like coincidences and calling it like miracles. At best, some people are having visions, but I mean, these things are typical even of people who, you know, are secular. They might have visions of something spiritual and not really think of anything of it. Um, like in our world today, anything we have for God is gonna be, you know, like very vague and not like loud screaming that God exists. Like if you were to be like Abraham and see like a burning bush that's like literally speaking to you. God's not doing that anymore, or splitting the Red Sea, or, you know, causing
Yeah.
massive exoduses from like certain societies.
Right. I think that's another good argument against God concepts where God once gave a lot of good reasons to believe in him. Then all of a sudden there's like a period of silence or a period of absence that, you know, you wouldn't expect that to be the case as long as like that God's nature is not changing over time, right? Because there are God concepts where his nature changes or whatever. So
Yeah.
those are
But
funky. But
yeah, it is a little bit funky. And all of these reasons I'm gonna be writing in my blog. But yeah, I'm gonna move on to my next guest. But it was nice talking to you, and definitely feel free to come back anytime.
yeah, nice talking to you.
Bye bye. Okay, everyone. So thank you for being here. Thank you all 22 people that are here. Good to see all of you guys. Please tap your screens, like the live. In a little bit, maybe at 8 o'clock, I'll like open up the panel. Right now, I'm just kind of doing like 1v1s. Today I'm not doing debates. I'm just doing like conversations. I was supposed to be doing this live and like writing all the reasons that I don't believe in Christianity, but now I'm kind of just like fully focused on the live and kind of talking to the guest. So please, if you can, tap your screens to like the live and share it with anybody you know who wants to like have a conversation. We can talk about the topic on the topic above me right here. You see this black text right here. Anything like this we can talk about, or we can talk about anything regarding Christianity. But with that, I'm gonna bring up my next guest. My mic is caught on something. Oh, my mic is caught on my desk. Let me fix that real quick. I'll bring up the next guest. Let me see. I don't even know who's next. Okay. I'll do 3 friendlies up here. Let me do 3 friendlies and then 1 Christian. What's up, Power? Let's see. Who's next? Okay, actually.
Hey, buddy, how you?
I'm doing pretty good. Good to see you, man. How you doing?
Oh, good to see you too. I'm a
Yeah. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out who to bring next. I'll do Damien, and then if you want to come up here and talk with me, say something in the comments. Like, who wants to go next?
Hello.
What's up, Damien?
Hey, what's up, man?
I'm doing pretty okay.
I mean, can I? I know that we'll have a conversational, maybe conversational disagreement, I guess you can say, because you're not
Sure.
Christian. But can I tell you why you should be Christian?
Sure.
Well, I think you should be Christian because, first of all, as our society turns away from Christ, we've become uh, far more depressed as a society, and this is shown. This isn't even like an opinion, but this is shown in like rates of all types of things, which I can get into if you want. But surely you would agree that, at least from, for example, 100 years ago, the rates of someone taking their own life or um, getting on SSRIs or doing a lot of other bad things, these things have increased almost 10 times as we become a more atheist country and nation and world.
Yeah. But yeah, I did have a live the other day, where someone brought this point up. But and typically the response is gonna be like, how do you know that like the reason that these things are the case is because of the isolated factor of like the country becoming like
More
more
atheist.
atheistic rather than Christianic, and also like, do you have any like I mean, typically when people hear this point, they're gonna ask for, do you have any like statistics showing that like there's a increase in like, depression, and
I
this is
the
correlated to like
statistics.
our country being more atheistic?
It ultimately comes down to a question of correlation versus causation, right? Like, is it a cause of atheism, or is it a cause of like technology, or is it a cause of a lot of other things, right? So I get your
Yeah.
point. We can't necessarily say that it's Christianity in specific. However, it is very interesting, just from a point of interesting, right? I'm not saying this is a direct cause, but the way that we come to truth is through seeing things that might have a cause. And it's very interesting that it's and if you're asking, give me stats, you can Google it. There's like many graphs, and they started recording this in like the 80s, so it's not even like in the modern time. People have been recording this for like what, 45, maybe 50 years now. But it's very interesting that as we become more atheistic, there's more people that have less hope, and it's almost logical
Yeah.
because Christianity gives you hope. It gives you hope not only in this life, but of an afterlife. So when you lose the hope within this life and the hope within the afterlife, what are you going to do? I mean,
Ye-
you're going to suffer. Of course, this is just logical.
Wait, not necessarily. So we can both agree that like the world is becoming like more depressed, I would say, I guess, right? But we would need a statistic for that. But like, let's say I grant that the world is becoming more depressed. More people are depressed nowadays, right? The
Well,
thing is,
that's for sure.
yeah, yeah. So like the thing is that like we don't know if this is isolated to people like leaving Christianity or the country becoming like more secular rather than like a theistic or Christianic country. This like you said, this could be due to like technology. This could be due to certain people's like uh
Well, I'm just saying,
circumstance, due to like living. This could be due to like someone just said it in the comments. It could be due to capitalism. There's a number of factors that could be
capitalism.
the reason for why like there's more depression. So it's not isolated to just like if we all became Christian, we'd be happier people. So like that's not really like a point that you can make. But there's also something else that I want to comment on. Yeah, like when it comes to truth, I would say that yeah, like our feelings can play a part in that. But like I think we need to evaluate, right? You're saying that like if our country was more Christian, like depression would like go away, right? But like I don't think this is like, I don't think that's logical or that's the
Not
case.
necessarily what I'm saying, but I'm saying that there would be more hope within the society. For example, right, the rates of C, right, with the C, corn, right,
Yeah, I know what
pornography,
you're talking about.
the rates of taking one's own existence. I hate that TikTok makes me use these languages. The rates of, there's many things that we could talk about. The rates of people degrading themselves,
Yeah.
to a very deep down and low point. These things are a result of not believing in God and not having Christian views, because you may say, well, how is that, how is that true? But the person that believes in the higher power, that the higher power is, and you could even, it's kind of funny because you say, well, how is this related? Yet when we look at something like Dubai, when we look at like these Muslim countries where they have very strict points of views, they have much lower points of depression, right? Even when tested amongst the entire society.
Wait,
So
do you have statistics on like any of that?
the things that you could look this up, you could Google it. I know that that's like a cheap way out, but even logically you would be able to understand this. But you could Google it right now if you want to. Look up depression rates, even in something like a poor country, like something like Iraq, Iran, or we could look at like Afghanistan, or you could even look at, for example, South American countries where they have less money but they have more religious. Why don't you look up depression rates in America versus, for example, Brazil, Ecuador? You could look up like Portugal when it comes to like Spain and Europe. You could look up Argentina is some kind of point, but you could look up, for example, Venezuela. You could look up depression rates, and you'll see that America is more depressed than these countries, which have a worse GDP, but they have a higher rate of religion. Because at the end of the day, religion is tied to your emotions, obviously. It's tied to your faith in the afterlife.
Wait, so are you
And
saying like, or are you trying to make the argument that if we were all Christian or adhered to Christian values, like this would make like depression like go away essentially? Like, are you saying there's like a direct correlation between like Christianity and like depression? Because we've already established it could be like multiple reasons why people are depressed, not just because they're not living like Christian values, right? There's like a bunch of like factors contributing to it. But also like,
yeah, there's multiple reasons, of course, like technology, for example. Even
yeah,
if the
so
entire
like,
society was Christian, there'd still be the problem of, like, for example, social media and things like this, and
yeah,
instant gratification, etc. I'm not saying, that's not what I said. I did not say that if everyone was Christian that there would be no depression. That's not what I said.
yeah. So like
What
I wouldn't,
what
I
I said
wouldn't.
is,
Yeah, so like I wouldn't say like Christianity is like the solution. Like, other countries are like more religious than us and like they have less depression. I mean like how do we know that like them being religious is like the reason why they have like less depression? Also, like another point I was going to bring up is even if you're not Christian, there are plenty of like men and women who advocate against like pornography, right? Without having to adhere to like specifically like Christian or like any religious like values. There are people who just want to have like a better dating life and they want to have a better mental approach to how they view women or men. Um, you don't have to have Christian values to not engage in like pornography or
well, the
any
question
of the
there
other things.
becomes, I understand what you're going to say, is that you don't necessarily need the foundation of Christianity to have better points of views and better morals on the society itself. However, the better morals and point of views in a term, in the terms of history, comes from Christianity. So the reason that we know, right? So it's funny how you say that. So we both know that that's bad, right? So we know that that's bad in an objective point of view, and we could argue that for 10 hours, what is objective or not. But we understand that that's incorrect, and the only reason we understand that's incorrect is because of Christianity as a whole, right? Because, the society that we live in, I don't know where you live, I live in America, but Where do you live?
Um, Wait, hold on, really quick. People in the comments, help me out a little bit. Can you guys hear me? Am I like quiet or am I loud?
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Oh, someone in the comments is saying like I need to turn up my mic, but like in my headphones, I'm like really loud.
You sound like you sound okay. That's not bad.
Oh, okay.
No, if I couldn't hear you, I wouldn't be responding to you. Think about that.
Oh, there's
True.
like there's two people saying I'm really quiet, but
They
other
might be
people
trolling also.
yeah, they could be trolling. But yeah, I live in America. Unfortunately I'm in the Bible Belt.
All right. Well, here's the point: is that the only reason that me and you know what is correct or incorrect is because this has been passed down to our society. It's been passed down over thousands of years from, for example, 400 to 500 years ago from Britain, right? Kings and queens, and then from the kings and queens that ruled Europe, and then even from those people, for the people that ruled over Europe before it even had nations and it only had Christianity, and then even before that was Rome, right? When it had Christ, and then before that was just Rome. So when you talk about what is right and wrong, you act like you understand what is right and wrong. You only understand that because there's a line that goes at least 50 to 60 to 100 grandfathers behind you. And all of these people believed in God. Now you say that God is not necessary, and in this time that you say God is not necessary is the worst time in all of human history. And I understand, it could be technology, etc., but there's a very simple point of view, which is the people, and I'll say this quickly and then I'll let you talk. There's a study that was made that people that read the Bible, 60% less chance of gambling. Like, I could pull up the specific statistics, but it's very specific that there's like a 30% less chance of gambling, 20% less chance of fighting people, like all these random percents less of doing bad things. And if you want, I can pull up the actual study for you if you really want. But just off of reading the Bible in the current day.
Yeah, I guess my thing to that would be like why is okay, fighting might not be great, but like why is gambling bad?
Do I need to answer that?
Yeah, why is gambling bad if not done in moderation?
Because the house has, like, for example, an edge, right? And so okay, so why is that bad, right?
Yeah.
The thing is that the people that play gambling, the people that gamble, they're looking for an easy win. And the people that allow
that bad?
gambling, well, hold on, I'll answer.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 2 points, hold on. And the people that play gambling, they're looking for an easy win. The people that host gambling, right, that allow this to happen, that take the money in, they understand that the people are coming in for an easy win. They base themselves on an edge that allows them to win on a percent. The house never loses for this purpose. If you had a business, you would not allow yourself to lose. So why is gambling bad? Because you're looking for an easy win. The same way that, for example, pornography, you're looking for an easy pleasure. You're looking for the easy win.
Wait, so is gambling or buying lottery tickets or maybe you're at work and you have a task that you need to do, but you find an easier or quicker way to do it. Would those things be like bad things?
That's you put two things that made sense with something that did not make sense. For example,
so the point you're making is that easy wins are bad.
No, that's not the point that I made. No. Okay, let's say specifically what you said just now, right? You said if somebody goes and plays the lottery, if somebody goes, maybe not, but you said somebody plays the lottery or whatever, the casino or whatever it might be. Is that the same as somebody? Is it the same as somebody that in their job finds an easier way to do something? Obviously not.
Wait,
Obviously
but
not.
like your point was like
Logically.
like gambling is bad because people are looking for an easy win and also because the house always wins.
Yes.
So if somebody's trying to succeed in their workplace, and rather than doing it the difficult way, they try to do it in a quicker or easier way, a more efficient way, are they doing something bad?
No.
So
Okay. How are you even conflating the two
hold on,
opinions? This is so different.
okay, so let's say somebody's trying to make money, and like they take
Okay.
the easy route. They go gamble and they make money. Would it be a bad thing that they're efficiently and in a
Hey,
easier route making the money
when
that they're trying to make?
when I used to gamble my money away, and I never made any money.
Well, I mean,
Like,
yeah, it is,
You're making like a
more
very
people.
false equivalence. And let me just say this, host.
Well,
Okay, for
no,
example.
because
Oh, hold on, hold
like
on.
the whole emphasis, right, is like an easy win or a shortcut is a bad thing, right?
No, it's not. Well,
Like,
hold
so,
on.
so,
Wait.
so
Let
gambling
me
is
answer. Let me
okay.
answer. Let me answer you.
Yeah.
Okay. The most efficient way, for example, to make money is not a bad thing. Like, for example, me, I used to work bad jobs. Now, if I want to make money, I can make $300 in 2 to 3 hours.
Yeah.
That's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing that I found a more efficient way. The bad thing is when I would, for example, go and play poker, and I would risk my $300 to $400, right, to try to make more, right? So I would put my money in, hoping it would make more against an establishment that knew that I would lose,
Wait,
right?
so
It's a
okay.
very big difference because
Okay,
if I
so like, is the problem that you're taking a risk?
no, it's the risk is actually part of making money. The
Okay,
risk is part of it.
so what's the issue?
Okay, so gambling. I mean, if you really need me to explain why gambling is bad, we can go through that. For example, let's go through it, right?
Okay.
A person makes $100.
Yeah.
They leave work. They
Yeah.
go to a gas station. At this gas station, you can pay $20 for a scratch-off ticket.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, interesting. And you can win $1 million. Wow, that's crazy. However, the chances to win this $1 million is 0.0000000. Like the chance to win it is what is practically impossible. However,
Okay.
your eyes have lust. Your eyes, it's almost like it's not a problem of money, it's a problem of lust. Your eyes have lust for winning, right? This money, without considering the loss that you will obviously have. And so
Okay.
you play and you gain, you put in 20, you win $15.
Yeah.
And so now you feel like I won something, even though you lost. But
Okay.
I mean, do I need to explain why gambling is bad? Can you use logical sense?
Well, yeah. So like if somebody doesn't believe in God and they want to make more money, I don't see anything wrong with, as long as you're being financially responsible, buying a lottery ticket or gambling in moderation. And like
Well, I feel that you just don't understand the entire point of the entire conversation, which is when it comes to, because now you're taking one string and running with the ball of yarn, right? And so now I have to chase you with this piece of, the ball, the yarn, etc. I have to chase you from here to there, etc. The point was this: when we were under Christianity, things were better. We've left Christianity, things have gotten worse. This doesn't even have anything to do.
Wait, hold on, pause there. By what measure?
We already went over this.
Wait, like how are you saying, like when we were no, you were saying that like ever since we left Christianity, everything became more depressing. Or people were
Yeah,
more
so for
depressed.
example, let me give you an example. Do you have
Wait, hold
children?
on. Wait, before you do, like how are you comparing like Christian world versus like atheist world and determining that the Christian world was better?
Well, because atheists have no moral point of view, right? And Christians
how
have
so?
every moral point of view. Well,
How
I'll
so?
tell you why. Okay? So look, for example, do you have children? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so for example, right now if a girl turns 18, she can start OF, right? Right now if a girl turns 18, she can start doing things that are disgusting to her parents, to her family, etc.
Yeah.
50 years ago, this would have never happened. Yet now
Okay.
it's acceptable because of the rate of atheism in our society, which likely you yourself would even accept. Do you accept these things or not?
Why is Schmeck's work bad? No, I don't really accept these things.
Whoa! So you even asked that. So you say it's not bad?
Yeah, if somebody is an adult
If you had a
and
daughter, would you disagree with that?
I wouldn't want, well, like, first off, I don't believe in God. If I had a daughter,
It's not the question.
I wouldn't want her to do Schmeck's work, but
So you say it's not bad, yet if you had a daughter, it would be bad.
if she wanted to do that, I'm not going to cast my daughter out. I'd probably still give her a house and food and try to have a good relationship with her. But it wouldn't be like, yeah, like, I mean, sure, go do Schmeck's work, no. But if she wants to do that, then, like, I mean, go ahead. I'm still gonna be here to hold you down. But also,
Yeah,
like,
so I don't know if you understood what you just said, but
wait, hold on. But like my thing is, what I'm asking is, like, why is Schmeck's work a bad thing?
that wasn't the question originally. Let me answer your original question.
Well, no, it was like you're saying, like, OnlyFans is like a bad thing. Why is it a bad thing?
That wasn't the original question, but hold on, one second.
Wait, but why do you think it's a bad thing? Like, I want to know, like, why do you think it's a bad thing? You mentioned
Well,
it
for the
as, like,
same
a bad
reason,
thing.
for the same reason that when you answered the question, you said you wouldn't like it, and yet you would kind of force yourself. It took you like 3 seconds to answer. You kind of force yourself to accept it and still hold it down. I mean, I understand that you, within your own, and this is the problem with atheism, is that it's very difficult to accept your own soul and what your internal body believes.
Well, like, I
But
don't believe souls exist.
that's okay. Well, hold on, let me finish.
Wait, but like, how do we know a soul exists? Like,
You keep asking questions. Keep
yeah,
asking
but
questions.
like a lot of what you're saying is kind of like unsubstantiated. Like.
Well, no.
Hold on. If God
Okay.
exists, right? If God exists, all this stuff would be, like, wrong, right? But if God doesn't exist, I don't see anything wrong with a woman.
But
Starting
you
an
said it's
OnlyFans.
wrong.
Wait,
You
hold
said you
on.
would have a problem with it,
No,
but
no,
you
no,
would
no, no,
kind
no,
of
no.
accept it after like
No,
5 seconds.
No, I never said it was wrong. What I said was,
You said you would not like it though.
yeah, like, I wouldn't be like, yay, my daughter is doing OnlyFans, but I wouldn't condemn her or say that she's doing something wrong.
You said you would hold it down. You would hold the last opinion.
No, I would hold her down in the sense of, like, if she needed help or a place to live or food or money.
Well, exactly. So you would have the last opinion on her. You would give her food if she was begging for it, if she was at her last place in her life. But you would not support it. So would you wait? Okay, so let me ask you, would you pay money for her to do that?
I mean,
answer honestly.
I'm not sure. I'd have to be in that situation.
Liar.
But like let's say, like, she's doing OnlyFans and she needs money to get this business going.
Disgusting. You should be honest. Okay, and so this is the problem. Let me speak to you for a second, and just to you. Not even. Don't think about this live. Let me talk to you directly.
Sure.
This is the problem with this idea of atheism: is that your soul has control over your body and mind.
Wait,
and
like
well, hold on. Let me
I don't
finish.
believe
Hold
in a
on.
soul. Like,
It doesn't matter. What you believe in?
How do we even know that soul exists?
Okay, so let me finish with my point. So,
But dude, again, like I haven't really gotten
let
an
me
answer
just say
on,
something to you quickly,
I
brother.
haven't really gotten an answer on, like, why gambling is bad, why OnlyFans is
I
bad.
gave you a point on that. I also spoke about that as well.
Well, not really. Like, with the gambling thing.
Let me finish, because I understand that even hold on. From a Christian point of view, demons do not want the true soul and spirit to hear this. So what about this? Give me 5 seconds to talk to you. It's okay if you don't believe in it. I don't believe in it. Okay, well, hold on.
Dude, like
I don't
you're not
believe in it.
substantiating a lot of stuff. You're making a lot of claims, but you're not giving me any, like, justification for anything. Like, we've moved from gambling to OnlyFans. Like, a lot of the stuff you're saying
I've actually given you straight facts, and you've actually
No,
fallen
you
down at
haven't.
every single one.
You haven't even provided me with any
Do
statistics for
do you
anything
think that
you're
you've
saying.
won? Let me ask you, from
This
everything
is
we've
not
talked
about
about,
winning. This is Casual Talk Tuesday.
Casual Talk Tuesday, do
Yeah,
you
this is
think
not
that
a
anything that
debate.
you've said, let me ask you, do you think that anything that you've said has been correct?
Not necessarily.
Not
Um,
necessarily. Okay, so of the things that you've said, not okay. Uh, Interesting. Let me speak to you for a second without interruption. Can I? 5 seconds.
I'd probably like you to substantiate a lot about like like you're adding more and more stuff to this, and like
The thing
you're
is
not
that
really
listen, just listen to me,
substantiating.
brother. Listen. When it comes to, for example, talking, right? When it comes to like the Greek or the Greek form of talking, if you look back at how humans, this is how you're supposed to talk. You give a point. You understand. I understand how your brain is working. I give another point. I see deeper into how your brain is working, and we go deeper and deeper. And this is like what therapists are like trained to do. Not saying that I'm like a therapist, but at least in the point of view of what is Christianity and what is good or bad, we've made a big progress today. Surely, you should give me $500 facts just for going
Wait,
this
for
this
doing
deep.
what?
For going this deep.
For doing
But when
what?
it comes to,
What do you mean by going deep? Like, where did we go? I feel like we're still on the shallow
we
end.
went deep. I mean, you yourself said that you didn't want your own daughter to do OF, but if it was necessary, and then you said, and I
No,
asked
no,
you, will
no,
you pay for
no.
her to
Like,
do it? And you said you would not pay for her to do it, but if it
no,
was the
hold on,
last
hold on.
option,
No, no, no. Like my position, right, was if my daughter is doing OnlyFans, I'm not gonna be like celebrating as if she graduated from Stanford University, right? But also like I don't really see it as like a bad thing. She's an adult. She can do what she wants to do, right? Like I don't believe in God. I don't think Schmeck's work is a bad thing. Um, Depends on how it's carried out, right? If my daughter asks me for money to invest into her OnlyFans career, I don't really know how I'd feel about that. Right now, I feel a little bit uncomfortable by that, but it's not
so
really
it's
like a
not
bad thing.
good. So you're
Like,
saying you're uncomfortable by
I
that.
mean, because
Just say the
again,
truth.
well,
Why
yeah,
do
but
why do we need
wait,
to
wait,
play
wait, wait, wait,
games?
wait, let me finish, let me finish. The reason that it would be uncomfortable, right, is because, like, I don't know, I have to be in that situation to give you an answer, but also I was raised religious, and, like, the thought of it kind of makes me uncomfortable. Um, I don't know. I'd have to be in that situation and I can give you an answer. But I don't really see it as a bad thing. You haven't really given me a reason for why it's a bad thing. And with the
The
gambling
point is,
thing, you haven't really given me any reasons for why that is a bad thing. I don't see why it's a bad thing for an adult to once a month after work go gamble his money away, and possibly make more money. The only thing that you provided me with was that
you're kind of wasting.
they're taking part in an easy way to get more money. But I provided you with an example of if somebody is at work and they're trying to get a certain task done and they choose an easier way, would that be a bad thing? So like it's kind of the
No,
equivalent.
okay,
Somebody
okay.
is trying to make money and they choose to do gambling.
Well, look, make
And
make your
they're
point.
taking the quick and easy way.
Well, look, listen,
Why is
listen.
a quick and more efficient way a bad thing
Okay,
to do?
well, hold on,
So
hold on.
that doesn't work. And then you were saying like the thing that's a problem with gambling is that they're taking a risk. We all take
I
risks
already
when we go
answered
to work.
this. Wait, I already answered both of these, and you still
Nothing. Wait, no.
hold
Nothing you've
on.
provided is really justification or
Okay,
convincing.
no,
I don't really see
no,
anything that
and
you
I'll say
provided
it,
here that's
and
convincing. Like
I promise I'll
these,
say it for this last
wait,
time.
like, wait, hold on. These things that you're saying are bad, are only bad under a Christian worldview. They're not bad under a secular worldview.
No, what? Both of them are bad under a secular worldview. What are you talking about? Okay, so first of
But like,
all,
okay, demonstrate to me. Okay, like, okay, let's get to the meat of this. Why is only if a woman who is an adult decides to do OnlyFans, and let's say she's doing it by herself, she doesn't have a partner, she doesn't have anybody that she's doing OnlyFans with, she's doing it by herself. I don't want to get vulgar, but she's doing things to herself, right?
okay,
Why
hurry,
is this a bad thing?
because it causes a degradation of society for money.
Um, why does society need to live up to your standards?
No, it causes a general degradation of society, right?
In what
For the
sense?
purpose of money.
In what sense?
In what sense? Okay, for example, if you gave crack cocaine, oh my bad,
Schmack.
whatever, we'll use any other word. Bada bing, bada boom. If you give bada bing, bada boom to every single person in society, right? It's highly pleasurable, yet it destroys the society.
Well, yeah.
Is
So
this a
like,
positive
how
or
is
negative thing? Well,
yeah?
hold
So
on.
yeah. So it would be a negative thing, but like, how is OnlyFans destroying our society?
Because it allows people, right? It allows people to, I mean, that's the thing, is that it's almost dishonest to ask that question because you know
Wait,
how it.
so wait, hold on, pause. I
Well,
asked
I'll
you
answer
how.
it.
Wait, hold on. I asked
What?
you how
Why are you smiling?
OnlyFans is like, because I asked you how OnlyFans is negatively affecting our society, and you
Because you
don't have
know
an
I'm.
answer. You don't have an answer. Your answer is
Oh, okay. So I will answer. I will
your
answer.
your,
Okay.
your
So
answer
is it a
it's
problem?
dishonest for me to ask that question. Wait, what are you talking about?
The only reason I said it's dishonest to ask that question is because earlier you said that you would not want your child to do that.
That is irrelevant.
So
That is
okay.
irrelevant.
Well, let me answer then.
You're saying that OnlyFans is like negatively affecting our society. So I want to know how, in what way.
Okay. How is it bad? In what way? Because you have men, right? They're taking their vital essence, right?
Their what?
Their essence, the essence of what a man is.
What's an
They're taking
essence?
their essence. Like, for example, what is the essence of a man? It is what it is to be a man, right? That's obviously what the essence of anything is. What it is to be a man is to obviously push themselves forward. And this, you could say that this is incorrect in your worldview, to push themselves forward and then to push for a woman, right? To push for a wife,
Hold
etc.
on. So pause right there. If a man is paying for OnlyFans, it would be impossible for them to push themselves forward and to be a
Well,
man.
what did I just say? Can you repeat what I just said?
You're saying okay. You basically said that the reason OnlyFans is wrong is because it affects a man's vital essence. And when I ask you to
Yes.
define essence,
And what
you
two
say
things did I say?
you say it's a man's ability to push themselves forward and seek a woman. Okay.
Okay,
I
and
know
so
I know plenty of guys who pay for OnlyFans and watch porn, and they're still able to accomplish amazing things in society and date a woman. So like, it's not impossible to engage in OnlyFans and get those things. So this isn't the case for everybody. Those are not
well, it's
valid
for
reasons for
example,
why people shouldn't take part in OnlyFans. And
I feel like
also,
wait, hold on.
wait,
Okay,
hold
I didn't
on.
really get to
Wait,
finish my
hold on,
point, but
hold
it's
on.
okay.
Men who are buying OnlyFans, like they are full-grown adults who can consent to that transaction, and also they can
Consenting
manage
does
it.
not mean it's correct.
I never said it did.
But you said they're consenting and thus it's okay.
No, I never said that either. I just said that they're consenting and they're adults.
Okay, and that doesn't mean it's okay, so continue.
Okay, I never asserted that it was. I'm just saying that these men are not like
So don't make
helpless.
the
They're
point.
doing this to themselves. The women are putting the OnlyFans out there, and the men are choosing to buy it. And that is why these women are able to buy Lamborghinis with the money that the men are giving them. I don't really see a problem here. It's
Okay, so
really
you don't see a problem? Okay, that's okay. That's okay.
no.
At the end of the day, hold
You've
on.
not you've not presented me with any problem.
Well, you
Women
should.
are doing OnlyFans. The men can literally manage their time, still be successful, still have this essence that you're talking about, and spank
Well, you
their
don't.
hot
Okay,
dog
that's
as
an
much as they
assumption.
need to.
No, that's now you're either lying or it's an assumption. You're saying
Lying
that
about wait. What lying about what? What am I lying?
listen. I said
Wait. What am I
yes.
lying about?
Listen. I said you're either lying or making an
About
assumption
what?
by. Let me finish.
Wait, about what? You're asserting that I'm lying. About what?
Okay, I'm gonna do it for the last time before I jump to another live.
Wait.
You're
What am
either
I lying
lying.
about? You're making a bunch of claims and
You're
you're
either
unable to
listen. Just
What am I
listen for a
lying
second.
about? What am I lying
You are
about?
either lying or making an
What
assumption.
about what?
You're okay. Listen, you're either lying or making an assumption by saying that humans, specifically males, can interact with this culture, right? Because you said, I have a lot of friends that pay for that. I have a lot of friends that do this and they're very successful. You're lying or
Yes.
making an assumption by saying that these things do not hurt the society as a
They
whole,
do
which is my
not.
entire point.
I have friends
Wait,
who are
wait,
ma-
wait, wait.
I have
Let me
friends
finish
who
my
are
point.
yeah, yeah, they
Hold on,
do
hold
not.
on.
They do not.
Okay,
Dude,
wait,
no,
listen,
they do
hold
not.
on for a
I
second.
have friends
I
who are
get it.
mechanics who watch
Mechanic is
porn
not
and they're doing
successful.
fine and they can manage their time and they keep it to a minimum and they don't get addicted to it. I have
Mechanic is
friends
not
who are
successful.
I have friends who are biologists in college
Okay,
that regularly watch
listen.
porn and like it's not affecting their lives and they're doing totally fine. It's not
Okay,
about
so
the
did you hear
the
what I
corn.
just said or not?
Well, yeah. So like the corn
I
is not
said
the
that you
well,
wait,
like
wait, hold
like
on. I said
wait,
that
no,
you
no, no, no,
can't.
no. You hold on. You said I was lying. I'm not lying. There are people that I know who go to college, and as long as you as an individual can be responsible
No,
and
that's not
manage
what I
your
said.
time, you can watch corn, you can pay for OnlyFans. You just gotta be responsible and be accountable
That's
to
not what I
yourself.
said, little puppy.
You're saying that I was lying, and you can't answer the question
Okay.
of like, what am I lying about, right? Or like your answer was that I'm lying that people can't be successful
No,
without watching porn or
no,
while watching
no.
porn?
Hold on. No, specifically what I said is that you're either lying or you don't understand that you cannot as a whole say that people that watch this and indulge in this, that it does not bring society down as a whole. I did not
It
say that you
doesn't.
don't have
It doesn't
wait,
bring
wait.
society down as a whole.
Well,
And
what
in
I'm
this
saying is that you
conversation,
don't know that.
in this conversation, well, present me with something. You have not substantiated to me in any way why OnlyFans is bringing down society, and everything you say is easily debunked by me.
Well, what
And I'm
about birth
not that,
rates?
like, I'm not that
Okay,
smart.
okay.
I'm
I know
actually
that. I
I'm actually like
know.
I'm actually a dumb guy, and for some reason
That's okay.
I'm
That's
easily
okay.
refuting a lot of stuff that
You're
you're saying,
not easily
like without doing
refuting.
research.
You're not, because I brought up so many. We brought up gambling. You had no idea how to respond to that. We brought up
I
like so
did. No,
many
no.
points.
You
It's
have
almost been
not.
20 minutes and you
No,
haven't brought up any points.
you have not given me anything that is sufficient that I have struggled to respond to on why like gambling is a bad thing.
So gambling is a good thing?
I never said that.
So you don't know.
No, I'm not saying. No,
Oh,
What
is
I'm
it
saying
good,
is
bad,
that
or you don't know?
you have given me no reason to believe that gambling is a bad thing. You've given me no
Well,
reason.
look. Wait,
You've given me
gambling was
nothing
like
on
gambling
why
was almost
gambling is destructive.
May I jump in here real quick?
gambling was 20 minutes ago, but we already went over that, and obviously gambling is a bad thing. Nobody in the universe will say gambling is a good thing.
Why is it a bad
Why?
thing?
Because of what I already said. Because you're playing against the
Nothing
house.
you said sticked. Nothing you said sticked.
Because you're playing against the house. Because you're playing against something that is
Why
obviously
is that
losing.
a bad thing?
Why is it bad to risk your money when you know that you're gonna lose?
Wait, hold on really quick. I think it's hailing at
That's
my
alright.
house or something.
Hey, chat. I'm just gonna say.
Sorry guys. Give me 1 second. It's hailing in Texas. Satir, could you please take over briefly while I go and deal with some things? I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Hey, God bless.
Okay. Alright. The problem I have with your entire argument so far is the fact that you're kind of putting this idea that just because something is considered unhealthy, it means that it's morally wrong. Like eating chips, going on social media, all those things are unhealthy, but they're not exactly morally reprehensible.
Sorry, say that one more time, real quick. I hit the mute real quick.
I'm just simply saying that like something can be considered unhealthy, but it's not something that is considered immoral.
Okay, so the way that I'll respond to that is that for the sake of our society, for the sake of our longevity, we need to have things that are healthy, right? You're saying unhealthy things aren't necessarily bad, but the truth is that unhealthy things are bad. If unhealthy things were not bad, then why would we not indulge in unhealthy things for all of society's history? The truth is that when we look at societies that are successful, it is usually societies that indulge in good things, right? We indulge in, for example, nowadays, democracies, in acts of love, in acts of peace, etc. If it were evil things that were successful, then evil would reign supreme, but it's love that reigns supreme throughout history, throughout thousands of years.
All right.
So if you have an answer, you're saying what you're saying, just so I can tell you what you're saying bad things, evil things, unhealthy things can also be
That's
in
my problem right
society.
there. You're associating things that are considered unhealthy as something evil. That's exactly my problem.
Well, is unhealthy things... Okay, so you're saying unhealthy things can be healthy for society?
Yeah. Name
Give
one.
me one example then.
Wine. Wine is a social drink, and people tend to use wine as an excuse to have a social event.
So should every single person be drinking wine every day?
No.
Nobody said anything
No.
about
No one said
every
that.
day.
No one said
Okay,
that. I said
so-
social event. I said a
hold on.
social event. Did I not say a social event?
Okay, so even you understand. So let me just explain this. You understand that it's unhealthy, and you understand that it should also be put in something that is irregular, not something that is every single day, maybe
Not
once a week.
necessarily. So like
And I gotta go to another live because I've got a lot of lives to go to, but let's see.
Okay. Yeah, you can go ahead and go.
All right, are you gonna respond to that? That's like a very pathetic
I mean,
argument.
if we're
No,
gonna
hold on,
leave.
sir. Hold on, sir. You're not gonna do that on my live to like one of my friends, right? You have literally provided me with like no justification for anything that you're saying. You're making a bunch of assertions given a theistic worldview, right? Under a atheistic worldview where God doesn't exist, I do not see anything that's wrong with somebody going gambling in moderation, right? Don't see any negative effects about that. Don't see any negative effects about the house winning some money after each gamble. When it comes to OnlyFans, right? As long as the person is an adult and they're making their OnlyFans and the people that are buying the OnlyFans are adults, I do not see any negative consequences of that or any harm that it's causing. You've given me like zero justification and a bunch of assertions. Like I don't see any reason for you to start calling people names or being rude.
Did not call
We have
anybody
been
any name.
very patient
Never.
with you, and you haven't.
Did
really
I call
provided me with
anybody any
anything.
name?
Well, you just said his argument was pathetic, but like, why are you getting riled up?
And that's
Like, we've been very
because
patient.
that was
We've
such
been very
a.
patient
Well, hold
with
on.
you, given that you've presented pretty pathetic arguments on your part, actually.
Not really, because I even asked you yourself. Well, hold on. I asked you yourself, and
Okay,
to be honest, we're going in circles.
So let me put it very
Wait.
simply. Let me
We're
put it
going
very
in
simply.
circles. We're
Well,
going in
I
circles.
think a lot of your arguments have been very pathetic. So please do not call my friends' arguments pathetic. I'm not really.
I feel like your
right?
arguments. Hold
You
on.
have given me no reason as to why somebody gambling their money away is harmful or bad. I still need to know that, and I don't care about like the house wins all the time, right? What is
No.
bad about the house winning? Okay, like explain that to me.
What? Okay, so what is bad? Okay, what is bad about hundreds and thousands of people every
I didn't
day
ask you.
playing?
I didn't ask you to ask me a
No,
question.
no, hold on.
I asked you to tell me why
Wait.
is it a bad thing that the house is winning money
It's
from some of
hold
the
on.
gambling rounds.
You've every
I
time
didn't
that I
ask
ask
you-
you
I didn't ask
something,
you- I
you're
didn't ask you to answer-
deflecting.
I didn't
Hold
ans-
on,
I
hold
didn't ask
on.
you to
Don't
answer.
deflect.
Ask me a question. I asked you why is it a bad
You
thing that
asked
the
me?
house wins? Well, like don't ask me a question. I
ask
want to
me.
hear an answer from you, right? Why is it a bad thing that the house is getting some money from like some of the rounds of
That's
gambling
not
that
a
are
problem.
happening?
That's a business. Obviously, that's not a problem.
It's not a problem. But you said that like the house getting some of the money was a bad thing earlier in our
I'll let you
conversation.
finish. I'll let you finish.
Wait. What do you mean you'll let me finish? What you're saying is not making sense. Earlier, you were making such a big deal about how the house making money off of the people gambling is a bad thing, and now you're saying that it's just part of the business model, so it's actually a good thing.
Okay, can I speak to you? Are you gonna interrupt?
Sure, go ahead. Give me some justification for why the things you're saying are bad outside of
earlier,
a theistic worldview.
Okay. And I know that you're gonna do what you did earlier. You're gonna ignore it, but I'll just repeat what I already said. Earlier, I asked you, would you be? And I'll just go over it, and then it's okay, and you can say whatever you want. But earlier, I said, is it okay if your daughter does OF? And you said, well, you wouldn't be okay with it. You know, you'd be concerned. You wouldn't want her to do it. And then after that,
okay, so let's do this like
wait,
hold on. Let's do this.
You bring up 2 points. I can't even say one.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, brother.
Let's do this like 1 point at a time. I don't want you to list all the points and I have to remember all of them, right? But 1 point at a time.
Is that what you said or not? Just
yeah.
Stop playing with me. Come on, bro.
That is what I said. If my daughter was to do OnlyFans, I'm not gonna have an excited reaction as a dad. I'm just gonna be like,
okay. And then I asked you, would you pay for it?
Stop there. So like, what's your point, right? Like, if I had a daughter and she did OnlyFans, I'm gonna be like, okay. What's your point?
Okay, so
how
are we going back to this after like 30 minutes?
Well, yeah, because you have substantiated
this is your problem? Wait, listen. Hold on. This is your problem as a host.
Wait, no. You have literally wasted a lot of my time. I've been very nice and courteous.
I've gotten you like 50 viewers. You were like 5 viewers.
Like, what? I could.
You were at like 5 viewers. You're at 57.
Dude, I have 8,000 followers. You have 1,000 followers. You're not doing anything for me. I could drop you right now and get the other 4 people that are in my guest request waiting up here, and I would still have 58 followers. And even
they would be bored. You would have done that already.
Even if my live dropped down to 2 followers, I don't care. I'm still going to do my live and I'm still going to do the things that I enjoy. So like, I'm asking you, right? Somebody who's been talking to me for 30 minutes and haven't provided a single justification for why the things you're saying are bad in any way outside of it. Just simple preference from your theistic worldview. I'm asking you, what's the point in me saying that if my daughter did OnlyFans, I would just be okay with it? What's the issue?
Here's the thing is that we've already been talking about this for a very long time, brother.
And yes, the problem is you provided no justification for why the things you're saying are bad. Well, like, from somebody who doesn't believe in God, I'm finding all these things to be neutral or amoral.
Okay, right? And the people that jump into this and hear you, they kind of laugh at your opinion of this because you understand that it's incorrect.
How about this? Do this. Me and you will be quiet for like 3 minutes. And audience, I want you to tell me whether my reasoning is horrible. If I'm doing a terrible job, just type terrible in the chat or put like a T in the chat. If Damien is making more sense, or maybe he's doing... If Damien's doing bad,
your audience shouldn't be your measurement of what is correct or incorrect.
You literally just said people are coming up here and like laughing at me, or like my reasoning's not making sense.
No, it's not what I said. Another thing that you take that's wrong.
Wait. So you used my audience as a metric to judge this conversation. I didn't, right? I didn't bring that up. So actually, here's what we're gonna do. If I'm making sense, type a C in the chat. Audience, type the letter C.
If I'm correct, follow me. How about
the letter D in the chat.
Big D's in the chat.
Like, let's see if there's gonna be more C's or there's gonna be more
big D's if you don't want your family doing OF.
I don't think Damien has provided any justification for why these things are bad. I'm seeing a lot of C's. I've seen like
I see a bunch of what is that? I see a bunch of big old D's. I don't know why, but
Okay, I've seen like 8
Oh, yeah, it's
C's and
half
like
and half. It's half and
3.
half.
It's
Listen,
not
we
half
can
and
both
half.
be king. We can split it. Half and
Actually,
half.
let me do a
D
poll.
D
I'm gonna
D
do a
D
poll actually.
D D D. I don't know why everyone's spamming D. Damien, Damien, Damien. D D D. King.
Actually, I'll do
What
you
the heck?
one. I'll do you one
D
better.
D D again.
I'll do you one better, right? I'm gonna do a poll and I'm gonna screenshot the poll, then put it on the screen for you to see.
D.
Like,
Hey,
for you.
spam D if. Spam D. True. I mean, the thing is that it shouldn't be about the audience.
You're
The
the
only
one who brought up the
Yes,
audience.
but
I
listen,
didn't.
stop talking. Stop
I
talking
didn't.
for a second.
You're saying it's not about the audience, but you brought them into this. You did.
Okay, because
I
the
did
audience
not.
agrees.
With who? With you?
Of course.
Well, if that's
Because
the case,
it's funny because even you agree with me. So why are you complaining?
no. I don't agree with you. You're saying all these things are harmful.
Settle
and
down,
I'm saying
host.
that they're not harmful. But don't worry, I got you, Damien. So blue clipboard that's gonna be on I think the
Chat
left part of
spam
your
D
screen.
if you're
So
king.
everyone vote on the poll and tell me whether I'm making sense or Damien's making sense. When the
Chat
poll is
spam
over,
D.
I'm going to screenshot the poll and I'm going to put it up and we're going to see it. I did not want to do this. Damien, you said that my audience is coming in here and laughing at me and that I was not making sense. So everyone please vote on the poll and we will see what the results are. It's going to
No,
be up
what
there
I
for
said
like
is that
5 minutes. And we
what I
got
said is that when we were
61
talking
people in
about
here.
OF and you said I don't want my family to do OF. I don't want it.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
And then
what's
you
the
still
point?
somehow defended it. People were literally laughing at you in chat. People are saying, "How are you going to defend it and be against it at the same time?" Which is true.
Yeah, so
Which
like,
is, and you still have no defense over
okay,
it. You're
yeah.
just
So
gonna
like,
still
so
keep
pause
crying.
there, right? So
But
pause there. I probably have my own preferences for what I want, like my daughter to do. Like, it'd be really cool if my daughter ended up being the next Beyonce, right? That'd be awesome, right? But if my daughter decided that she wanted to do OnlyFans, it's not something I'm particularly excited about.
well,
But
okay, so you have no daughter, right?
but the thing is, am I gonna ruin the relationship with my daughter because she decided to do OnlyFans? Not necessarily. I'm still gonna play video games and watch TV with my daughter, and I'm gonna be
Video
there to
games, of
support her through
course.
everything that she's doing, right? I'm not excited that my daughter is doing OnlyFans. Not really,
Do
right?
you have a
I don't
father
really
and
know
mother
how
or
I feel
not?
about it, but like I don't see what she's doing as
You.
wrong
It's funny how
per
you talk
se.
for 10
I
minutes to
don't
say
see
something
what
that
she's
could
doing
be 20 seconds.
because this entire
Just answer the
conversation has been
question.
like
Do you have
this
a
entire
mother and
conversation has
father?
been this entire conversation has been kind of a waste of time. You have not given me anything that's like solid that explains why
I
these things are
saved
bad
this. I
things.
saved this live. You know that for a fact.
Um,
It was 10 viewers when I joined.
you literally, and this is a fact. You have 1/8 of the following that I have, and I don't
Because you
even
sit on
care.
here
I don't
all
even care
day.
about like I don't
You
even
sit
care
on
about.
here all day and you whisper
Wait,
into your
hold on.
microphone. At least I'm making you speak.
Wait, hold on. Like, I don't even care about like how big your platform is, but like if you were to drop right
Look it again.
now, I don't think you're saving my life. I don't like I don't owe you anything. Like, you don't have to be here. You're not doing me any favors. I'm doing you a favor by platforming you. I have 8,000 followers. You have 1,000 followers. And again, that's not really important
Well,
to me.
okay, that's not important. I don't know why you keep going back to that. Hold on.
You're the
Why do
one
you
who
keep going
brought it
back to
up.
that?
You're literally the one who
But
brought it
well,
up.
what
You're the
I'm
one
saying?
who's saying that you saved
No,
my
no, hold on.
life.
Well, okay,
You're
because
the one.
when I
I'm
joined,
not
you were
bringing this up. I'm
whispering.
not doing
When
this.
when
You're
I
doing
joined,
this. You're
when
doing
I
this.
well, hold
You
on.
did this to yourself.
That's okay. When I joined, you were whispering. You were like, "Hi guys,
You
is
did this to
anybody in this
yourself.
chat? Hello, hello,
You're literally setting
hi
the bear
guys."
like you're setting the bear trap and stepping in the bear trap, then asking me why I put the bear trap there.
You don't even answer anything. You don't answer anything. Well, the only reason I said that is because when I joined, you were whispering, and now that I'm here, whispering, and now that I'm here.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna put the poll up. I think I'm done with that conversation. It's not going anywhere. I don't think it's fruitful for me to entertain that anymore. I have 4 other people I need to get to. So, Damien, just stick around for the poll to see who made more sense. Yeah, we're not getting anywhere. I'm gonna move on. Sorry, everybody, if I crashed out. If that even is a crash out, it just wasn't making any sense to me. But yeah, my bad. You're not gonna call my friends' arguments pathetic and come up here and give me literally zero justification for why you think something is bad outside of you think it's yucky or like you don't like it. You have literally presented me with nothing to suggest that OnlyFans is like harmful or that gambling is harmful if it is done with moderation. I don't really know what to tell you, folks. You said that the house making money off of the gambling is a bad thing, and then turned around and said that it's not a bad thing, that it's just a business model. So you are literally contradicting yourself and like completely confused in this dialectic. I don't I don't, we're not getting anywhere. Well, what's the point of me entertaining it? The poll has come out. And if you want to see the poll, put a C in the chat. If you want to see the poll, put a C in the chat. Let me know. I want to see C's in the chat if you want to see the poll. I just screenshotted it. Hopefully it's saved on my phone. Put a C. Let me see those C's in the chat if you want to see the poll. Don't worry, I got you guys. I got you guys. Don't worry. I got you guys. So we had like 63 people in the room, right? And we all did a poll, a 5-minute poll on who's making more sense. Hold on, let's look at that. What does it say? Mr. Coco winning the poll by like how much is that? Wait, hold on. I gotta stand like maybe I'm not saying it right. Mr. Coco got 74.10% of the votes, and Damien got 25.81% of the votes. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe my glasses aren't working that well. Shit. Let me. One sec. Sorry. Shit. Dang it. Shit. Okay. Sorry. Let me look at this one more time. Oh, shit. Fuck. Mr. Coco still has 74.19% of the votes. And Damien has 25.81% of the votes. This is not a good day for theism. But we could get back to like what we were doing, I guess. I'm gonna go on to the next guest. Please respect my friends. Okay, let me see. Who else am I pulling up? Well, let me talk to opposition for now. I'll bring friendlies up. I'll bring friendlies up at 9 o'clock. 20 more minutes.
I just want to
20
come
more
up and
minutes.
say that I am totally agreeing with you, but Ian Conley has to shut the fuck up. Sorry, but
Who's
he,
Ian?
like look in the chat. This dude's been spamming and just like blatantly following Damien for like the past 5 minutes.
Oh.
It's been super annoying.
Okay. I
And he's
could
talking
probably
about,
mute him.
and he's talking about Crank or something. Like the not so fun stuff.
Okay. By the way, what's your age per se? Are you at least 18 years old?
No, I'm getting buck. I just want to come up and say that I support you.
Okay, that's fine. But I appreciate the support. I appreciate it. It's awesome to have you. But yeah, wow, I'll keep an eye out for Ian. But thank you for being here, I guess. Um, huh. My life is nah. I don't know what to say as of right now. Um, I don't wait. What am I supposed to do about Ian? He's just being a fanboy, I guess. Uh, but anyway, let me but anyway, let me hold sorry, let me change my background. FX. But I don't know. Okay. Let me just say this. Maybe I'm overthinking. I don't want to be like an ugly person. That's not the type of person I'm trying to be. I kind of made a joke over. I was being petty and making a joke over the poll thing, but I just didn't think that conversation was going anywhere. I wanted a justification for why certain things were bad, and I just couldn't really get that justification from the guest, right? I don't really appreciate him calling my friend's argument pathetic, especially when his arguments weren't that great. He was telling me, this is the reason that gambling is bad, or this is the reason that OnlyFans is bad. And these reasons weren't really justificatory. They were just kind of his personal preferences. Hope I don't, maybe I'm overthinking this. I'm just having fun, but maybe like I just thought it was going nowhere, so I just dropped him from the panel. It's not really going anywhere. What am I supposed to do with that, right? Not getting anything. A lot of pivoting, a lot of just insubstantiation. So we'll just move on. But Micah,
What's up?
what's up? What you got for me
Um,
today?
no, yeah. So I just I haven't been in here like tuned in for all the conversations or anything like that. So I'm not here to speak on anything on behalf of whatever your previous conversations were. But just I saw something on your title that you got there in the background.
Yeah.
I just kind of want to hear a little bit about you. Like why did you leave?
So growing up, I was I was living the life, right? I was Roman Catholic, ladies' man. All the
Gotcha.
women wanted me, and like I was living the life.
Let's get it.
No, I'm kidding. I'm more of a solo guy. I'm not the ladies' first choice, but I was living a pretty good life. Life was great. I was cool, hanging out with friends, men, boys, girls, whatever, right? I think my transition out of Catholicism began when I started working at a pizza shop. And me and a couple atheists, we formed a group chat. And, post high school, I wanted to go into the world and like save people from going to hell, right? I wanted to spread the word. I grew up in a Christian community surrounded by Christians. I thought that Christianity was the truth. I've never really met anybody who's not Christian. I haven't really hung out with people who are not Christian, right?
Yeah.
So I get into this group chat with these atheists, and I'm arguing for my faith, and I'm saying why like abortion is wrong. Like I'm very conservative minded, right? And they just like destroy all of my like everything. I'm getting plastered, right?
Yeah.
Contradictions in the Bible. God is described one way, but in the Bible we see like atrocities, a lot of people being
What's
unalived.
I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I love hearing your story, but you said the word contradictions. What contradictions do you find in the Bible? Like how is God how does God contradict himself?
Let me grab my notes, and I could probably show
Okay.
you like a few
Okay.
that like.
And that's a genuine question. That's not backhanded. I was just
no.
listening to you speak.
No, you're totally cool. Like I think you should call me out and like hold me accountable if I say something.
Well, and I
Like,
hope
I'll
the
look
same
into
for
it.
me as well. It goes for you. Like I'm a pretty blunt person, and I just want to put that out there. I don't want that to come across as if I'm backhanded or anything. Nothing like that. So I would love the same. If you hear something that I say, please, please, please call me out and ask me.
Gotcha. But I have like, so hold on.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, I could probably. So I have 2 documents I'm gonna like pull up. I take
Okay.
notes on like everything that I'm learning and studying about Christianity. And this is gonna be weird, but I recorded the text messages. I like copied and pasted all the text messages from the atheist I was talking to
Gotcha. Okay.
into like a doc.
Gotcha.
Um,
Nice.
and
And so this was in the midst of what you were talking about. So so what I'm hearing so far, like you grew up in faith, Catholic or Christianity, whichever the two were, was it Catholic?
yeah, I was Roman
Yeah.
Catholic.
So you grew up in that Roman Catholic, and then you were like really standing on your faith. Then you kind of grow up, you get out there, and then you get put in this friend group that is mostly atheists.
Or no, I started working at a pizza shop and I became friends with like atheists, and my
Got
friend
you.
group became
Got
like
it.
a bunch of different views. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. And then essentially like I guess I'll shorten the story a little bit, but essentially like they destroy my faith. They
Mm-hmm.
tear everything apart, contradictions, problems in the Bible, all sorts of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't give up there. That's not where I give up, right? I go deeper into my faith, trying to like seek answers. And what
Yeah.
I find is that like what I find is just people aren't really like taking it seriously, right? People are like, I believe in God and like I have a good relationship with God, but like they're not doing any research or like studying like what
Oh, for
sin
sure.
is.
For sure.
And people think that they have a good relationship with God while at the same time committing sin that they don't even know it's sin because they
Yeah.
haven't done the research.
Yeah.
And I see like a lot of people kind of just believe Christianity because of like indoctrination. They're just doing what their parents told them to do, right?
Well, yeah, you got to grow up. You got to figure things out on your own.
Yeah, so various things. And I was like, this is not really serious. And also like one of the things is that there's no symmetry breaker for me, right? Like let's say that I pray to God to pass my geometry test and I study really hard to pass my geometry test and I end up scoring a 100% like 100% score on the test, right?
Yeah.
Where I stand right now is like it's not impossible that God could have helped me to score that 100% on the test, right? But it's
Mm-hmm.
also not impossible that God had nothing to do with me getting a 100% on the test, and it was 100% just me studying for the test, right?
Yeah.
Um, um, like there's no symmetry breaker for me, right? There's no way to measure God's like interference in like our lives. I'm not sure He answers prayers or hears our prayers, or I'm not
Yeah.
sure, you know,
Yeah.
like God is really hearing anything.
Yeah.
It could go both ways. It could be coincidence or it can be like God.
Yeah.
So
No, I get what you're saying. 1,000%. I mean, I'd argue to say, obviously, like you were pretty much just saying, like you could pray, for guidance, help, wisdom on this test, right? But at the end of the day, I would agree with you for the most part. What it boils down to ultimately is rolling your sleeves up, studying, and understanding the concept to get that good grade. You know what I mean? And not saying, and that's what that's the stance you're standing behind. And but my thing is, so you're saying that there's no symmetry, but like how can you also prove though at the same time that it doesn't work?
so like that's the thing. Like it could possibly work. It could be the
Yeah.
case that like people are praying to God and like things are happening for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
My problem is that I can't prove it either way. We can't prove that God is not helping people, but we can't prove that God is helping people. And also, I mean, like another thing that deters me is when we look at, the rate of success when it comes to prayer, right?
Uh-huh.
One person might pray that God takes away their cancer, and maybe their cancer disappears tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for that one person, we're gonna find like 9 other people who
Mm-hmm.
like prayed to God for their cancer to be taken away, and like their bodies are being like rolled up in the hospital.
Yeah, well, then it wasn't God's will, is what I would argue. Because it's not up to me. Like, it's not up to you, right? Like, obviously, you're going to pray something, but ultimately, if it's God's design, then it's going to come to pass. And so you can pray something, but it's not up to you on how things work. All you
Well,
can do
yeah,
is react to how things work, but it's not your decision. Like, it's not up to you. You can't decide what's going to happen tomorrow.
yeah.
You'll just wake up and figure it out.
Yeah, but also if that's the case, right? If God has like a plan for our lives, and like somebody in the comments said it, Yaya said it, if God has a plan for our lives, if God has a will for our lives, then what's the point of asking for anything? Like God has a plan. He has something that is going to happen. So like we shouldn't ask for anything. We should
Yeah.
sit and like wait for God's thing to
Where does it
happen.
say that? Where does it say you? That's what I'm asking you. Where does it say you shouldn't ask?
Well,
Because there's a very big difference between God having a will for someone's life versus God says that thou shalt not ask me anything. Like, so I'm at like, well, how does that question even correlate
wait,
with
so
what you're trying to say?
well, yes, like the reason I'm asking that question is because you said that God has a will for people's lives, right? And in the cancer example,
Yeah, 100%.
people are gonna ask that God takes away their cancer, and they're still gonna like
Yeah,
unalive from cancer, right? So like
100%.
there's no point of asking them if God's just gonna
No,
do whatever He wants to do at the end of the day.
no, that's where I disagree on that standpoint. Whereas, yes, God is going to do what he wants to do at the end of the day, God's will. But it's also in God's will that we have a relationship with him. And so part of that relationship is praying to him. And if, let's say even me, Micah, right here in your live, for some reason I get diagnosed with a really serious cancer. I'm in late stages. I'm totally going to pray to God. Does that mean that God's going to heal me? I don't know. I'm not sure. But if I die because of my cancer, but I have the faith in Jesus, then I will ultimately, after dying, I'll be in paradise. Like, I'll be good. Like, it doesn't even matter. I'm not even going to remember that death on earth.
So like let's like engage with the hypothetical. But also
Okay.
before we engage with the hypothetical, I would never wish cancer on anybody. I hope that you don't get
Oh,
cancer.
absolutely not. And I'm at the same standpoint.
Yeah, I don't want you to unalive. Let's say that you prayed to God to take away your cancer, and let's say that like you end up like unaliving from cancer, and God is like, my will is that you should unalive, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, what was the point of asking? Like, you weren't gonna get what you were asking for. God's gonna do what God's gonna do. So like, there's no point
100%.
asking God for anything. Like, He's just
But
gonna
if you're
do what He wants to do.
I get what you're saying. But if you're serving God, if you're serving Jesus, then that's like the whole prayer. Even Jesus, when he came on earth and he knew he's about to get crucified, not my will, God, but yours. So that's the whole point. Yeah, I pray because I have a relationship with Jesus, but I'm not praying that I know the answers to everything. I'm praying that I'm content with the answers that God has for everything.
I think it would make I think it would make more sense to be like, God, I hope that your plan gets done.
Exactly.
Yeah, but like asking for like specific things, rather than asking for God's plan to get done, like there kind of isn't any point if like God's just gonna do His plan. So maybe like someone should be asking that God does His plan, I guess. But even that's kind of pointless because God's gonna do His plan at the end of the day anyway.
Well,
So,
no. I hear what you're saying. I think, do you think that God gives people sin essentially? Like, do you think that God makes people sick and gives them cancer? Like, do you think that is God's position? Like, he does that to people? Because I don't. I think that we did that to ourselves in the Garden of Eden when we sinned. That allowed death, that allowed sickness, that allowed everything that's apart from God to exist because we defied God. And so God doesn't give you cancer. That's just a repercussion of us disobeying the Lord. Not that everyone's going to get cancer, right? Not that everyone's going to get this or that, but we all are in a position to have bad things happen to us, not because God gives us bad things, but because we open that door on our own out of selfish ambition.
I would probably argue that well, you're not really gonna like my answer, but I'm probably gonna argue that God gives people cancer.
Okay, well, and that's fine. I'm just asking you where you're standing. Honestly, I'm not telling you what to say or how you should feel. I'm just standing on the standpoint. I don't think God gives, just like you hear that argument, God sends people to hell, but you wake up every day and you have a decision to make. You can choose what you want to do when you wake up. No one's got, a weapon to your head saying you got to do this, you got to do that, right? You just wake up and choose what you want to do. And that's, God doesn't send people to hell. You do. You wake up, you chose a life separate from God. And if that's the life you want to pick on earth, then that's the life he's going to grant you for eternity.
Well, do you believe God created our world and all of its potentials and what it could be?
I'm sorry, you cut out. Say that question one more time, please.
Oh, do you think that God created our world and all of its potential and what it could and couldn't be?
I 100% think that. I mean, it's written in the Bible.
So
God definitely created the world.
So don't you think God could have created a world where cancer doesn't occur?
Well, he did. That's the thing that I'm trying to tell you. We created death. We created sickness after disobeying God. God didn't. That wasn't. If you read in Genesis, that's not even God's original design. That's sin's design, and we fell into sin, and that's why you have the things that you see today. Is because we fell short.
Well, yeah.
Not because it was God's design. But
yeah,
you're asking me if God designed it. I'm telling you, no, he didn't. That's something we did.
Well, yeah, but Adam and Eve ate from the fruit, so maybe it would make sense to punish them, right? But then you have people today who are getting cancer, and what exactly did they do to earn cancer?
What do you disobeyed God, disobeyed authority? We did that.
I mean,
we had all this freedom. We had literally everything, all this freedom. We had unity with God. We had freedom. We had peace. There was no sickness. There was no nothing. Everything was good. God said it was very good, actually. And then he just had one rule, do not eat of this. And we ate of it. And that's where everything falls apart because we disobeyed God. God didn't God didn't disobey himself. None of that. We did. We created what you see today because of us. God created us, but God didn't create that. Sin did.
Well, yeah. So Adam and Eve ate from the fruit, and the world falls into a cursed and fallen world. But don't you think there are innocent people that are kind of punished due to that?
Well, yeah, but it's not due to God. It's due to man's own faults. That's what I'm trying to tell you. God didn't pick for some child, right? God didn't wake up one day and go, this child's going to grow up in an abusive household and have this, and that. No, that was never part of his design. But once we ate the forbidden fruit, sin came into the earth. Sin started to rule, and sin is what creates the bad things that you see today. And that's because of man, not because of God. God didn't create sin.
Well, yeah, but God created this world and all of what it could be and what it couldn't be, right? And
I'm just asking, where does it say all of what it could be and what it couldn't be?
Well, that's why I asked you earlier. I said does God create the world and all of what it could be and couldn't be? And you said yes.
No. God, I said yes to God created the world. He never once. It's not even written anywhere. I mean, you can fact check me with the Bible, but I'm pretty much positive it never says the potential of the world. It just says how he created it to be.
Well,
and then we fell short of that.
Well, God created the parameters of the world, right? God made a world where the ground isn't bubble gum and where gravity continues to work every single day, right? Everything that is going to happen in regards to the condition of this world is something that God has orchestrated.
Well, I'm not arguing with you that God. I'm just kind of, I guess, confused by the question because I'm not sitting here arguing with you that God did not create the world because he did. and he
Could
spoke into existence and everything that's in it, as far as human beings and animals and plants and trees and all that, all that jazz. He spoke that into existence.
Okay, could God so Adam and Eve ate from the tree, world falls into like corruption.
Yeah, that's not God's doing though, that's man's.
Yeah, could God change the punishment for man, or like prevent like certain people from experiencing the punishment as intensely? Could the punishment have been like something lesser than what it is right now? Or does
Well,
God
you're
decide
putting,
what the
yeah,
punishment
but
is?
you're, okay, so you're standing, so pretty much you're standing on a ground that you're judging God. God can do whatever he wants, but you're standing on a ground trying to have essentially authority over God, saying, well, can't he do this, this, and this? God can do whatever he wants.
Well,
So
yeah,
you're sitting here putting God in a box saying, well, shouldn't God do this or could he do that? So you're standing at a very, I feel like I'm not even sitting here to name call you, but it's kind of a selfish mindset to tell God how he should behave. You know what I mean? He can do whatever he wants, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you what he should or shouldn't do or what he can and can't do. I can just only tell you what's written.
Yeah, so like I'm not judging God yet. I'm just saying that God is all powerful. He can do whatever he wants to do. He can decide that the punishment for sin is going to be whatever he wants the punishment for sin to be. And for
Well,
Adam and
he
Eve,
doesn't. It's written. It's not even whatever he wants. You can read it for yourself. The wages for sin is death. So it's already written right there. You like that's the answer for you.
But does God decide that the wages of sin are death?
He
or is
did,
that
yeah,
outside
because
of
if
God?
in the beginning was the Word and the Word was God and the Word became God when he became flesh, then the Word would be exactly what it says. If the Word is God, then that's exactly where God stands. The wages for sin is death, and that would be 100% accurate and true.
Yeah, so God is deciding that, right?
God is deciding that the wages for sin, which is apart from God, so he's essentially saying the wages for not following me, for not living for me is death, then that is 100% absolutely true.
Okay, yeah, so God can decide like what the punishment for sin is going to be.
100%. Just like
Okay,
I
yeah.
can't and you can't, but God can because he created it.
Yeah, so God created the world. The world is fallen because of Adam and Eve.
Yep.
And because of that, like we have like a lot of suffering that we see in the world today, right? And part of that suffering is going to be like one example that I can bring up. Like you say that people sin, so that's why they suffer, right? But like what about the
100%.
case? What about the case where there's like 10,000 plus variants of like infant fatal conditions that they're born in, right? Where like a baby is born and they haven't made any decision, they haven't committed any sin.
Yep.
But some babies
Well, yeah,
born with,
because
like,
if it's
cancer.
written, they did though, because it's written we're all born sinners. That's just how we're naturally born. So they, not saying that they're a bad person, but everyone's born into sin. That's why you need to repent and accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. So whether you're one day old or 100 years old, it doesn't matter. You're still born.
So like if we're born into sin, like what crime are we committing the second that we're born that deserves punishment, like cancer?
Defying God. So that's the thing.
So,
that
like,
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. God didn't create cancer. God allowed us to get consumed with that because we decided to disobey God.
Yeah,
that wasn't like God's plan. Like, oh yes, this child's gonna be born and I'm gonna give him leukemia and he's gonna die at 8 years old. No, that decision was made when we decided to defy God's one rule. And we did that, so he allowed that to seep in. Okay, if you want to live a life of sin, you're gonna get it. And that's what he gave us.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, like, the baby didn't live a life of sin, right? The baby's being born. They haven't made a single...
He's born a sinner. It's literally written. It's God's word, not mine.
Wait, hold on. The baby's being born. They haven't made a single decision, but instead, you know, like they're going to be born with leukemia because Adam and Eve decided to eat a fruit.
It's not because of a fruit. It's because they decided to disobey God. And yes, the baby hasn't made a decision, but it doesn't matter because it's written in God's word that we're all born sinners. That's why it says you must be born again.
Well, yeah.
Jesus. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you've been born for 1 second or one, who cares? You were born a sinner.
So let's say, so let me do like a reductio, right? Let's say that my parents commit schmurder, vicious schmurder, right? And like their punishment is to be thrown in jail does
Yep.
it make sense for me, who didn't do anything, to be
Mhm.
thrown in jail with them? Would that be just?
Well, no, because they're on trial, but the Bible says that you, buddy, when you were born, committed sin already. It didn't say that your
How?
parent, because that's what God says.
But like, okay, so like the baby hasn't committed any sin, but because God
No, it
says
has
so,
though. That's the thing. It
wait,
has.
how? Like the baby
Because
has made a
the
single
creator
decision.
of that baby said that it was.
Wait,
And so it is.
so God said that the baby committed sin, and
Yes.
therefore the
You're a
baby
born
committed
sinner.
sin.
Yes. You're born a sinner. 100%.
Uh, okay, but like that doesn't really make any sense,
I didn't
right?
say the baby committed a crime. You're asking me to judge something. I'm not the judge. I'm the messenger. I'm telling you
Yeah,
what
so
is.
like that's just very problematic. But like
How is it problematic?
because we have a person here, a baby, right?
Yeah.
Who hasn't done anything as far as me and you are concerned, and God is just saying that this person has committed a crime and is bad, right? But they haven't made any single decision. And essentially
Well, you
what they
can't.
wait, hold on.
Okay,
Essentially
okay.
like the price
Okay.
that they're paying is due to somebody else's
No,
mess up,
it's
right?
due to
So
themselves. It's due to your flesh.
God is punishing somebody who hasn't even gotten the opportunity to make their first choice for decisions that somebody else made. So essentially, he's legitimately punishing
No, he's
the
not.
helpless innocent
No,
for
he's
what
not.
somebody else did, as far as like me and you can observe.
No, he isn't.
And like
We
the
punish
reason why is
ourselves.
because God said so, that
No, we
this
punish
baby is
ourselves.
evil.
We punish ourselves. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Wait,
We
so
have the
how
freedom.
does a baby give itself leukemia?
It doesn't, and God doesn't. Sin
So we
does.
don't punish
Sickness does.
ourselves,
Death does.
or do we punish ourselves?
We don't. We don't punish. You don't get born like you said. You don't just like commit this magical action. You're already just born that way inherently because of the root of your flesh, because of
And
the root of who you are.
whose fault is that?
Man's fault.
Not necessarily, right?
Yes, it is.
Because
That's how it's written.
well,
I'm speaking on
because
on God's word. I don't know what authority you're speaking from.
well, yeah.
I'm
So
just
like
telling you
so Adam and Eve
that's
make
how it's written.
so Adam and Eve make a mistake, and baby is
Yes.
born with like
Not just a mistake, they disobeyed.
okay, yeah.
Three different words.
Okay, so Adam and Eve disobey God.
Yes.
Baby is born with leukemia. Baby had nothing to do with Adam and Eve disobeying God. And the baby who has done nothing and is
It's their
helpless
flesh.
is sinful and punished for a crime that they didn't commit.
It's a byproduct of sinful people. So yes, even though the baby didn't commit the sin that their parents committed, since they're a byproduct of a sinful nature, then they are inherently sin. Yes.
So it would be just for a judge to put the parents of a child who murdered in jail, and also toss the child in jail as well, who didn't do anything.
Someone made a comment. I'm sorry that I'm not God and you can't speak for him. I'm not proclaiming to be God. I'm sharing God's word to you. So I'm not I've never once sat up here proclaimed to be the judge or anything. In fact, I don't know if the host wants to chime in, but I've never once said that I was the judge or anything like that. So sorry you think that. But anyways, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm not sitting up here claiming to be God. I'm just sharing what's out of the Bible. It's not my words. I'm just reading words that have already been written. But can you please repeat that last question that you asked me, because I want to give you a genuine answer. And so yeah.
So essentially what I'm getting, right, is like God is the judge, right? And let's say that like Adam and Eve are the parents of a young boy, and Adam and Eve commit a crime. So God decides to throw them in jail, given our court system. And you're saying that it's justified, that not only
God didn't. Did God write that law, or did man write that? Like in the law, that's why countries have all these different laws.
This is a hypothetical. Like God's
playing. Well, yeah, but I'm asking you. I'm taking your hypothetical serious, right? The U.S., Canada, Germany, Britain, London, all that. They have all their own laws. That's man-made, and they're judged according to the man-made law. I'm not arguing with you about that.
so let's say we're in court and God is like, Adam and Eve disobeyed me, they ate the fruit, right?
Yep.
So I'm gonna punish them.
Okay.
And essentially you're saying that it's just that not only God punished the offenders, but he also tosses Adam and Eve and their whole lineage into the same punishment before they even commit any crime,
No, he
simply based
didn't.
off of Adam and Eve's
He did
punishment.
not. He did not throw them into the same punishment.
Well, I mean,
Because
technically they
I
did,
was
because
no. Because if I was thrown in the same punishment, then Jesus Christ would have came down and died a brutal death for the acceptance of my sins to give to him so that I could have eternal life. So that's a fallacy that you're standing on.
no, okay,
That doesn't
so
make any sense.
Adam and Eve ate from the fruit, and the world
They
became a
disobeyed
fallen.
God.
The world became a fallen world, right?
Yeah. Man fell. In that moment when they disobeyed God, there was separation from God.
Oh, okay. So if that's the case, right?
Yeah.
Like God created paradise, and paradise is not what we live in, right? So this
Not
world.
here on earth. No, it's not paradise.
Okay, so like this world that we live in is the result of what Adam and Eve did, right?
Yes, 1000%.
We're living.
That's what flesh did.
Okay, so we're living in the consequential world that is
Yes.
this way due to Adam and Eve's actions.
Due to man's actions, not God's. That's the thing. Why
Okay,
would God do this? God do that? Man did it, and we're just reaping what we sowed. That's it.
Yeah. So before you said that we're not taking on the punishment that Adam and Eve are taking on, but you just omitted that we're living in the fallen world that Adam and Eve
I never
created.
once denied that we're not living in the punishment that Adam and Eve did. That's
You
what
said
I've been
that earlier.
proclaiming. Oh, well, I'm sorry if I said that. What I've been trying to proclaim the whole time is Adam and Eve's actions. What we're living in right now is the repercussions for those. So I'm sorry if I confused you or if I led you astray on that. Never once was I going aside from that. So I'm sorry if I said something about that earlier that was confusing. I mean, Adam and Eve are the reason you see what you see today. It's not God, because we have free will. Like you look at love. Love's a choice. You choose to love something, but no one forces you. You don't have a weapon to your head saying, hey, you got to love that person. You choose to do it. Just like you choose to follow God or you choose to disobey God.
Okay. Okay. So essentially, Adam and Eve made a mistake. We're living in the fallen world that Adam and Eve created due to that mistake. And so a baby that hasn't done anything is being born.
They already have. They're born sinner. It's written in God's word. It's not my word. It's God's.
Yeah. So they're born.
You said that they haven't done anything
without doing anything. They're
no,
given
but
some
they
kind of
already
punishment
did
without doing anything.
That's the differentiator. You don't get it. God's word says that you are a born sinner. Doesn't matter. They're already
why?
Because they're great. You go down this lineage. Adam and Eve are the first two people. Since they sinned, everyone below them, everyone reproduced from them down that entire family tree is born a sinner because they were birthed a sinner.
So that's the problem, right? Like God determines what the punishment is for sin.
I'm not determining the punishment. I'm just telling you that you're born one.
No. Yeah. So God determines what the punishment for sin is. Adam and Eve made a mistake, and me coming into this world before I've made any decision, I'm labeled a sinner.
Yeah.
Even though I've committed no sin.
You have
based off of what Adam and Eve did. Because from our perspective, what has a baby done to deserve punishment or to be called a sinner when they've made no choices that me and you can clearly observe?
Because they're born, like you just said, I'm born a sinner, but I've never sinned. Like that's so contradictory. You're born a sinner, then you're a sinner.
That's what you're saying. You're saying that a baby. Wait, you're saying that a baby that's made no decisions
doesn't matter. Already born
a sinner would imply somebody who has committed sin.
Already born a sinner.
But what sin have they committed?
Disobeying God, and they're of the lineage.
They're a baby. They haven't made any decisions yet.
It doesn't matter.
They're a baby. They haven't made any decisions yet. How have they disobeyed God?
They're of the blood and of the flesh that disobeyed God. So they are inherently a sinner because they're from those that sinned against God.
So a baby is punished.
It's like asking how's a monkey when monkeys keep giving birth to other monkeys. How's it a monkey? Because their parents are monkeys. So it's like, how are we sinners? Because our parents are sinners.
Wait, so a baby is punished because they're related to people who committed crimes?
A baby is a sinner.
Because somebody else committed a
Humans
crime, but
are
they didn't commit a
sinners
crime.
because the very first humans sinned against God. So if you're a human, you're a sinner.
Well,
That's
okay,
what I'm
so
trying
it's
to
really
say.
quick.
Just like a monkey's a monkey because his parents are monkeys.
So really quick. So let me ask you this. So if two parents rob a bank and then they have a child, is that child also a robber?
Sorry, say that one more time.
So if two parents rob a bank and they have a
Mhm.
child, is that
Mhm.
child also a robber?
No, the parents are the robbers. The child's just a byproduct of those two parents.
Okay, so what does the child have to do to become a robber?
He has to steal something.
Okay, so like two parents commit sin and they have a child.
No,
The
they committed a
child is not a
man-made crime.
sinner. They have
They
to commit
committed-
sin in order
they-
to become a sinner.
They committed a structured crime. Where I'm saying sin.
What did they
is in the
commit?
heart.
What did the baby born in
Sin
the hospital
is
with
in
leukemia commit?
He didn't commit anything. It's a byproduct
So that's the
of a
problem.
fallen
That's
world.
the problem, dude.
I never said that he.
Wait, hold on.
I'm sitting here with
hold
you
on.
saying that he.
A baby is being called a sinner who hasn't committed a sin, and the only reason they're being called a sinner is because their ancestors committed a sin. So in the example that I gave you, right, like two parents rob a bank and they have a baby. Is the baby a robber? No, the baby has to rob a bank to be a robber, right?
Yes.
So like the baby has to commit a sin to be a sinner.
But
His
when
parents are
God-
the
see,
sinners
that-
because
that's
their
what you-
parents have committed the sin.
Yeah, but that's what you're saying. But God calls us all sinners. So who are you to sit here and tell God that we're not? That's what I'm asking
Because
you.
by
You're talking about a
definition, we
man-made
haven't committed
structured
any
crime.
sin in birth.
You have.
God is calling us sinners with
No
no
one said-
justification.
No one said that the birth of a human being was a sin. All he said is that
That's
you were
what
born
you
sinners.
said.
No, I never once said that because you're born you sinned. I said that you're born a sinner. Big
You were
difference.
born guilty before you've even made any
Yes,
decisions.
but I never said one act. You're over here trying to make up an act. Well, which act? Well, parents do this and the kid did nothing. I'm not talking about the act. I'm just telling you what God says to us.
Well, yeah, but what God is saying is unjust, right? He's saying
Well, that's
that like the
between you and
baby,
God.
the baby
If
is
you wanna
guilty
sit
of
there-
sin.
If you want to sit there and boss God around, that's between you and him.
Well, yeah, but how does this not make sense to you, right? So like, so
What do you're making a parable to something that makes no sense.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
not
so hold on,
talking
hold on,
about a
hold on,
specific thing.
really quick. Just walk with me, right?
I've been here. I
so-
don't know if you're walking with me.
Okay, hold on. So let's go through the example again, right?
All right.
Pretend that I'm God. I know I'm not God, right? But pretend for a second that I'm God. But let's
Okay.
say two parents rob a bank. What would you call them?
The two parents that robbed the bank are robbers.
Okay, those two parents have a kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that kid a robber?
No.
Okay, so I'm God, right? Here's what I'm gonna say. No, that kid's a robber. What would you say to that?
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I got a phone call.
No, it's okay. So okay. Let's start over.
I'm really sorry. I
so-
heard you literally. The only thing I missed was 20 seconds. Like the last 20 seconds, what you said. And I'm so sorry. UPS man. I live in an apartment. He was trying to buzz himself in to drop something off. So that's on me.
Okay, that's fine. So two parents rob a bank. You would call them robbers.
Yeah, I remember that. The kid's not a
Okay,
robber.
so like they have a kid, and the kid's not a robber according to your definition, right?
No.
Okay, so I'm God. Pretend that I'm God, and I say,
All right.
no, that kid's a robber.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't. But that's not what the word.
Okay, so
but that's
pause,
not what
right?
the word says. It says
pause,
that we're
pause.
all born
So-
sinners. That's where it
Okay,
makes sense.
okay, so pause.
Well,
Literally,
you're
wait,
you're on a completely different logic.
Hold on. Take the example. You just said that didn't make sense, right?
No,
So take-
you
so-
you
so
don't.
Hold on. Take that example and move it to the Bible. Adam and Eve commit a sin, right? What does that make them? Just work with
They
me.
are sinners, but he said
Stop right there. Adam and Eve have children that have done nothing. Are they sinners?
The guy keeps calling me. Since they are sinners,
Wait, hold on.
and
Okay, wait.
sorry,
Hold on.
sorry. I heard your question. I'm just trying to answer.
Let's go back. Adam and Eve commit a sin. What are they?
They are sinners.
Okay, pause right there. Adam and Eve have
Humanity
kids.
is sinners.
Hold on.
Because that's how God ordained it. You're sitting here trying to play God.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
I'm not.
Wait. Here's the thing. Let me explain it. I just gave you an example.
Explain God for me, please, because you are him.
Hold on. I just gave you an example where two parents rob a bank. You would call them robbers. They have a kid.
They are.
You said that the kid is not a robber.
Yes.
And then hold on. I am like God in this situation, and I say that kid is a robber, and you said that didn't make sense. So move it over to the Bible. Two parents commit a sin, and they have a kid, and you would say that that kid is not a sinner, and then God comes along and says that kid is a wait, and then God comes over and says that kid is a sinner, and according to the bank example, technically, if you're being consistent with your reasoning here, like it wouldn't make sense, just like in the bank example.
You are
just accepting it because God said it's right, but technically it's not right logically.
Okay, I'm just trying to wait to talk. I've heard everything that you said. I'm not the one saying it is what the differentiator is. God says it. So you're sitting here in a very selfish place telling God how to ordain everything and how he should act, when I'm sitting here in a submissive place saying, okay, God, since you said this, this is how I will behave. Okay, that's the differentiator.
So essentially,
God,
you're telling me, essentially, what I've learned from the hypothetical I've presented you with is that if God does something that's illogical, in one case where it's not God that we're talking about, it's me, the hypothetical God, you would say that me calling that kid a robber is illogical. But whenever God does literally, virtually the same thing that I do, you accept it because he's God. So if God says something that logically doesn't make sense, you would just say that it's okay.
No, it's not me. That's the thing. You have this thwarted view of it. God is the divine creator, and God sets everything into place, and you're trying to speak on behalf of God on how things should be, rather than just submitting and being like, okay, God, since this is how you put things into place, I will act this way. And you don't do that. That's the thing. You're asking me to play the role of God. And I'm not. I'm not God.
The thing is, God is doing something that I've demonstrated to you in an example is illogical, and you are just accepting it.
Supernaturality is outside of
God. You're just accepting it because God said so, just divine command theory, right? But in this other example, if the same thing is done, you would say this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
You realize that, right? I've presented you what God has done, and virtually the same thing in a hypothetical, and you said in the hypothetical that didn't make any sense, but when it comes to God, the God thing, right, you say that it makes sense.
I'm saying that which is it for you? Because you're trying to provide man-made logic to supernatural
events. I'm saying both of them doesn't make sense, right?
No, mine makes complete sense. I'm leaving it up to God, and you're trying to make answers on behalf of God. Mine makes complete sense. I'm saying how he put it. I said mine makes complete sense. However he put it's the way he put it. But you're trying to make man-made logic make sense to supernatural logic on how God originally ordered things. And I'm sitting here in submission to it, just however you said, Lord, then okay, let it be. And you're trying to play the role of God. Figure out, you're trying to put yourself in his shoes, and that's not our place.
What God is doing by your own omission, what God is doing by your own omission is illogical. Because in one, how
is it illogical to admit that there's a creator?
Because I've presented you an example where two parents are bank robbers.
Yes.
Okay, two parents are bank robbers. They rob a bank. They're robbers. They have
Yeah,
a
I've
kid,
already
and
heard this
okay,
for
yeah.
the third time.
Wait, hold on. Just like
That's why I ask you, take it up with God.
wait,
I'm
hold
not.
on. Listen to everything I'm saying, right?
I already have. I'll
Yeah,
do it again
but
for
like,
the
hold
third
on.
time.
Give me like
All right.
give me 3
I'll do it again
minutes.
for the third time. Knock
Okay,
yourself
yeah.
out. Go.
Like,
I'll
let
be
me
quiet.
get through
Go.
it, and then say something after I finish what I'm saying. I give you a hypothetical where I'm like hypothetical God, right? And two parents rob a bank, they're robbers. Those parents have a kid, and is that kid a robber? You say no, right? And then I'm hypothetical God. I say that kid is a robber, and I ask you, does that make sense? You say no, that doesn't make sense,
You
right?
didn't ask me that at first. You just said, is that kid a robber also? And I said, no.
Okay, but like, let's say I'm hypothetical God and I say that kid is a robber, and you've already said that kid is not a robber.
Yeah, I get where this
Are
is
you
going.
gonna
But what
are
I've
you
been
gonna
trying to
stand
tell
by
you,
that kid being a robber, or are you gonna say
what
this doesn't
I've
make
been
sense?
trying to tell you, I totally understand the position that you're trying to put me in. What I've been trying to tell you is the difference between me and you is you're trying to put yourself in the role of God, and I'm submitting to the authority of God. I'm saying, okay, if this is how you say it is, then all right. But for
Even the
you,
even though
you're
it's a
not. You're doing the exact opposite. You're saying, oh, well, I'm trying to make these things, make sense in my mind. So I'm
yeah,
gonna come up with an
because
answer as well. But for me, it doesn't matter. I wasn't there when the universe was created. Were you? I wasn't
okay,
there when the first human beings were created. Were you? So
no, but
for that person that
that's
claims to be
irrelevant.
that gives
That's
me a set
irrelevant.
of
Like
rules, then I'm gonna
my issue,
submit
right,
that.
is like God is doing something illogical, and you might be
No, he's
okay with
not.
it.
What's illogical? What is illogical about saying that every human being is a born sinner?
Because
What's illogical about it?
pay attention. You're
I have
saying
been.
you're saying every human being is a sinner before they've committed any sins. That's the problem.
That's not what
The
it's written. It just
term
says that we're all.
sinner is going to imply
Then you're
that you've
defying the
committed a
word of God.
sin.
You're
That's the
defying the word of
problem.
God. You are defying the word of God then, because how can you be
So
born a
the
sinner
word
if
of
you're
God
sinless?
doesn't make
Everyone is
logical
a sinner.
sense.
Yes, he does. By saying
Okay.
everybody is a sinner. So we are all sinners.
One question is,
What's
can
up?
you be a robber without robbing a bank?
No, then you're not a robber.
So
Can you be a sinner
without
by
committing a
sinning?
sin?
Yes, 100. You can
How
sin
is
by
that even
sinning.
possible?
We didn't. I'm not saying you can be a sinner by not committing a sin. We have all sinned. That's why we are all sinners. Is what I'm
Where
saying.
has a baby sinned?
It says it in the Word of God. You're a born sinner.
Demonstrate to me that a
Therefore,
baby
you
sinned.
have sinned.
Okay, but like the word of God says that a baby is a sinner, but it can't demonstrate to me
Because
where a
they've
baby
sinned.
has committed sin.
Because we've sinned.
So you just believe what God tells you, basically.
Yes, because if God is the truth, then I believe in the truth. Yes.
Okay.
One day, I pray that before this day even happens, but one day every knee will bow and every tongue will confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. And I hope that you know that before that day comes when you can't even control that and you just have to admit it.
Okay. I guess like that's probably where like the conversation ends, because
okay,
like and I don't mean this in a bad way. But if God can do things that are illogical, and you say that like
you're trying to place, that's the thing. That's a very selfish mindset. You're trying to place your logic on God.
Let me finish. If we're talking and God is doing things that are clearly illogical, and you're just going to accept it and say that this is okay or this is logical because God says that it's logical, then essentially like you're just adhering to like divine command theory. God could literally do anything, evil, illogical, whatever, and because he says it's okay, it's going to be okay. So there's literally virtually no argument I could give you to say like God is wrong for what he did, or there's something wrong going on here. So like there's no way for the conversation to continue. Like I've already shown you how like I've already shown you how this is like illogical. It doesn't make any sense, and like it's not going to go anywhere if like God is doing clearly illogical things and you're just going to say like it's good or it's okay because God is saying that it's okay.
But realistically down in your heart, you know that you can't, like you can try it. No, I'm not saying I know it. I'm saying that you know that you can't
what you're trying to do is paint this image of who God is,
But how do you
but
know?
you're trying to play the role of God.
You're asserting that there's something in my heart that I know.
No,
How do you
yes, that's what you're saying. You said that God is illogical. Well, how
Well, yeah,
who
because
are
we've
you?
clearly
But
demonstrated
I'm not
it.
done talking. Who are you to put yourself on the same level as God? To tell him
Because
how he ought to think?
I've
That's a
clearly
very selfish
demonstrated it.
mindset.
I've clearly
And it's
demonstrated it
dangerous.
to you with
It's
multiple examples.
dangerous, is what it is.
I've clearly demonstrated. So, like, God, like, I've
It's
demonstrated it to
dangerous.
you. I'm demonstrated it to you in multiple examples.
That's what I
God is
said. And that's why I'm asking, who are you to put yourself on the same platform as God? That's a
so
dangerous theology to stand on.
so
Very dangerous.
So the children of bank robbers are robbers, is what you're saying.
The children of bank. Did you just hear what you just asked? The children of bank
Yeah.
robbers.
So,
is what I'm
to answer
saying.
that question, the children of bank robbers are robbers, right?
I did not say that.
So you disagree with that, right?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so answer me. Like, are the children of robbers robbers?
You're not understanding what I'm saying, and I know exactly where this is gonna go. So how are the children of
really quick? No, really
I
quick.
know how it's gonna go.
Answer my question because you're not getting it.
I already told you no. I do get it. You're not getting it.
No, you are saying that the children of robbers are robbers because God says
You're comparing man-made rule to God's
That's your
law.
argument. That's
no,
like what
your
you're arguing.
argument is comparing man-made rule to God's law.
Okay, no. So let me ask you again. Are the children of robbers?
No, and I've already told you that.
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. No, right? Why?
No.
Why?
Because they didn't commit the crime. But get this. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Stop.
The Bible says we're all.
Game over. Stop. So are the children of sinners who haven't committed the crime of sin sinners?
No, but they have because
you just said no. It's over.
It says that we have.
Wait, hold on. But you're gonna say.
I'm not saying it. The Bible is
that
God
they are sinners because
I'm
God
telling you, take it up with God.
said that they're sinners.
No, take it up with God. All I'm doing is relaying what God has already written.
Dude, I just demonstrated that God
Take
is
it up
doing
with
something
God.
illogical, and you're just gonna accept it because God is
take it up with.
Okay.
I'm saying take it up with God. It doesn't say because your two parents are bank robbers. It doesn't say that you're born a robber, but it does say everyone is born a sinner.
You literally just said because.
But everybody,
yes.
Thank you.
All of us are
listening.
sinners.
Thank you.
You literally just said because Adam and Eve sinned, all of us are sinners.
Finally, you've used your ears. We are all born sinners. That's why we're all sinners. You're correct. It doesn't say we're all born bank robbers. It says we're all born sinners.
In the example I'm giving you, it's the equivalent. If your parents rob banks, you're a bank robber.
That's not the equivalent. That's the thing you don't understand. You're trying to put your logic in the place of God. That's a dangerous hill to stand on. That is a very dangerous hill to stand on. You're playing the role of God. And that's not it. You are. And I'm sorry that you stand on that.
Okay. But anyway, okay, that's fine. I'm probably gonna move on to my next guest.
All right. May Jesus bless you and keep you, and I pray that you know him.
Okay, absolutely. Sure.
I do. God bless you. That was a great conversation.
Yeah. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. I'm opening up the panel now. Please tell me if I wasn't making any sense. I'm open to criticism. What a conversation. That was a wee bit crazy, my friends.
What's up, everybody?
What's up?
Hey, buddy, I got kicked off last time. I don't know what happened.
No, I don't know what happened.
Like, I was up here, then I get kicked off for some reason. I don't know what happens. It's like, I'm up here 1 minute, then I disappear another minute. So.
Okay. I don't know. TikTok be glitching. No, but I'm not kicking anybody, and I don't have any mods.
Yeah, TikTok's glitching.
Are you a atheist?
Who, me?
No, I'm
yeah.
agnostic.
Yeah, I'm an atheist.
Okay, the host, are you atheist?
No, I'm an agnostic.
Okay.
What are you? Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I'm Eastern Orthodox.
He
So you
says in the
believe?
Bible.
So
I
you
just
believe in
wanted
the
to.
God
I'm
in the
sorry.
Bible? Then?
Yes, Yahweh is God.
I wanted to
Okay.
say something. He in the Bible with on the gentleman on the other one. I think he misunderstood what you were saying. I got what you were saying, just FYI. But in the Bible, it states that that we are all born into sin. It doesn't say that we are all sinners. Okay, we're just born into sin, and that's totally different from actually being, a sinner. And it makes sense because, in the society that we live in, everybody seems to
What do
find
you
a
mean
way
by
to.
being born into sin?
That's what it says in the Bible that we're born into sin. It doesn't say we're born sinners.
No.
Like born with the
It's a
tendency
difference.
to it, or like inclination?
We're born in a society of sinners.
But how is that the same as being born into sin? If we're born in a society of sinners?
You
Because
you were born in the house, right? I mean, I'm saying you born in the hospital. It don't mean you're the
I
hospital.
wasn't. I was actually born on the street in Russia.
Okay, then you was born on the street. It doesn't mean you're the street.
Okay.
About
So I got a
You,
question.
what part of Russia were you in? Because the part of Russia I like to do is like Siberia.
I was born in Pskov, Russia. It's like a little east of Estonia. I was born on the street, then put into an orphanage, and then later adopted, and then came to America.
Jadabadastan.
I
You
don't
speak
remember
Russian?
Russian. It's been a very long
Jabodastan.
time.
I speak Russian. I like the Russian culture. I like the culture of Russian.
Yeah, no, it's been a good over it's been what 12, 13, 14 years since I've been there. I have not used it since, so I'm sorry. I don't really know Russian. I know I can understand a tiny bit, but like I can't say I speak it anymore.
Ah, I'll follow you then. It's nice to find somebody from Russian.
Okay, so host,
yeah,
can I guess present my argument for why you should be Christian?
sure.
Okay. I guess first establishing God existing for it would be a good starting point. Would you agree?
Sure.
All right. So you said you were agnostic, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to go through. Are you aware of the cosmological argument?
The transcendental argument for God.
Be the first cause
That's
argument.
Oh.
yeah. The transcendental argument and the cosmological argument isn't the same, but I'm going to get into the transcendental argument. But I'm going to start with the cosmological first as like
Sure.
a. So wait, you're not aware of it.
I think I've heard of it. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I guess I'll just go through it real quick just so everybody knows. So basically, everything begins. So that means there must be a point at which nothing began, like a causer of causes, and we would call that God. Uh, this is because the caused, aka everything, must have its privation being the not caused. This is going into like metaphysics and stuff like that. Um, so since we know that there is a God that exists, we ought to worship and know him. How can we know God? Well, we cannot because what do you call it? The cause cannot know the causer because it's its privation. However,
Oh,
God,
what kind of physics do you do?
this is based off Aristotelian metaphysics.
Oh, because I do quantum mechanics. I like doing quantum physics.
Have you observed
But I'm
everything?
but I'm an atheist because I don't. We haven't found a God to demonstrate how the universe was created.
Well, different
When
things
they
are proved in different ways, right? We can know things a priori and a posteriori. Those two types of knowledge coincide with each other. But like, for example, Geometry we can prove, or like algebra we know before sense experience, but things like, I guess, measuring things or looking at the dimensions of like a boat, for example, that would be knowledge known after sense experience, right? Because we're actually going and making the measurements. But for God, and same thing for algebra, that's known before sense experience. That's what a priori knowledge is. Um,
Well,
so
we measure the universe using redshift, and we can see like galaxies moving away from us, and because how
okay,
dark
yeah, that would
energy is
be yeah,
driving
that
the
would be a
universe
posteriori.
apart.
Yeah, yeah. So that would just be a posterior knowledge, which is fine. Obviously, those two types of knowledges coincide. They're not exclusive for each other.
Yeah, I mean
Cosmos itself be the uncaused cause.
Well, no,
that's
because
how
that
we.
itself is caused. Again, so are you guys aware
We,
of
you can't say
Aristotelian
that. You don't know
metaphysics?
that. You don't know that.
Okay,
Yeah,
chill out.
that's
Let me explain. Are you guys aware of Aristotelian metaphysics? Like this is very bit. Okay, so you know form, matter, and privation, right? Okay. The privation, or sorry, the universe itself is created. We know it is because it exists and we can observe it. That would be creation itself. It
That doesn't
cannot
follow.
be its privation. No, because
It
that
it
which is cannot be that. Hold on, hold on,
it
hold on, hold on, hold on. That which is cannot be that which it is not. That is literally its privation. So, no, the
That
universe
just
can't
means
be
it can't.
God.
That just means it can't not be a universe. You're just inserting a god there.
I'm not, what?
you're automatically assuming that it's a creation. Like you're calling it creation and saying, well, that means it was created. You haven't really proven that it was created. You just said it was.
yeah, the universe went through rapid expansion. That doesn't mean it was created.
So what do
Quantum
you suggest?
Earlier you said like everything has a cause, and I kind of asked you like, have you experienced everything? Because it's like you
I
can't
don't
just
need
say
to experience
everything has a
everything to know that it
cause.
has a cause. I mean, we can look at Newton's
Then
first
this
law
is
of
just an
motion.
assumption.
Can
Well,
you
that's
can you
because
show how everything was eternal? Because that
gravity
would be the only other
keeps.
explanation.
Yes, well, if looking for Isaac Newton's law, it's actually gravity's motion. Gravity's keep everything in motion. Gravity's keep everything in motion. So, gravity is what's accelerating the universe through its expansion. You don't really need a god then, because gravity is the cause of that.
I can just
I
call the
did not
cosmos
understand a
an
single
uncaused
word you said.
cause without making any assumptions because the universe exists.
So are you saying that the universe itself is axiomatic?
No, I'm saying that if the universe is eternal and if matter and energy are eternal, time is eternal, we don't need to make any assumptions beyond that. We can just observe the forces of nature. We can observe the formations that nature is responsible for.
Yeah, that whole thing is dependent on the assumption that the universe is eternal. It doesn't make sense that the universe is eternal.
Good evidence to show that it is.
How?
We have
Where
good
at?
evidence to show that it is.
What do we have?
Well, for instance, the most recent DESI study download that we just received about a month ago shows that this expansion is slowing down, which points the needle towards a Big Bang, Big Crunch, which supports a cyclical universe model.
How?
I was told that the universe is actually speeding up because the universe is losing dark energy.
Until this newest download where we can actually observe the metrics, slowing down, the expansion slowing down from the information we had before. We're any day now we're waiting on a new download of DESI data that's going to give us even more insight onto this.
Then why is the universe losing dark energy then? The universe is losing dark energy as it's continuing to accelerate. Dark energies, that universe is losing dark energy as it's accelerating.
Right. It's there's still mysteries that we need to know, that we need to investigate. But as it reaches maximum entropy, and the Big Bang Big Crunch model, gives this cosmic inflation effect that that is responsible for this expansion. And we can only investigate up until realistically 13.8 billion years ago. But we have no reason to think that that was the beginning of anything. All we know is that that was an event that occurred, that it is responsible, that is the cause for the expansion that we're in the middle of.
Okay. Because that's what I was told. I was told that dark energy was losing as the universe is accelerating at a fast rate. It wasn't actually slowing down; it was actually speeding up.
Hold on. Let me see who is. Let's see who is in my request. We got a familiar face. Follow me. Oh, dang it. Follow me. Get up here. I accepted your invite. Why'd you drop from the panel? Follow me. Get up here. But I'll admit that last conversation exhausted me. But thank you for whoever gave me the Elvis Presley gift in this room of 45, 46 people. Okay, you're the schmom.com. I can't say the word on TikTok.
I didn't get that at all.
You're the bomb.com.
There, guys, go. I'm following you guys.
Oh, the bomb.
Yeah.
I thought you handled it really well. The only thing that I would have tacked onto that conversation is I like to ask a couple of questions, and the first one is if Adam and Eve didn't consent to exist as individuals, like let's just take Adam, he didn't consent to exist, and for that matter, as far as I'm concerned, none of us did. So therefore, we're born into the world that God willed. If this was God's will that we exist, then we're born into this will, into his will. And if his will is that there be this knowledge of good and evil that we have access to, then the fact that they ate of the fruit was all part of the plan from the beginning. The only way to have that not been part of the plan is for that tree not to have been in the garden.
Hey,
and we still would have had free will. It just would have been the free will to like strawberries more than bananas.
Hey,
we wouldn't have to choose between terrible things and good things.
Aren't we mammals though? Because when they talk about like Adam and Eve eating the foods and how we came to existence from Adam and Eve, I don't see how that leads to how we got here by Adam and Eve.
Well, I believe we're mammals that are just simply products of nature. That's my stance. But to play with their toys, the creationist toys, the Garden of Eden, the original sin, which was the topic of that conversation Coco was having. If we didn't give consent to exist, then we were born into God's will at the end of the day. Instead of shaping the conversation as we were born into a sinful nature, we were born exactly according to God's plan.
Because I know we're apes. We are like because I know we're apes. We are like a special breed of ape.
By every metric, we are apes.
Yeah, like Homo erectus or Homo sapiens, and those are just like our ancestors, or we come from a ancestor that's similar to them.
Someone on this panel is snoring.
It's not me. Coco, you know
Yes.
this is, right?
Yeah, someone's sleeping.
Okay.
I
Just want to make
recognize
sure.
that voice from a mile away.
Yeah.
Hi, Jizzy.
Hey, God's a bitch.
Oh my god.
I love it. The other question I like to ask is, hang on just a second. I'm sorry.
It wasn't him.
Someone sounds like they need a CPAP or like a sleep study.
Why did Ian leave? He had so much to say in the comments.
Oh no, I kicked him because I thought he was snoring, but it
I
wasn't
see.
him.
Should follow me. Oh, I see. He's following me. My bad.
Oh, sorry. Come back, Ian. I thought you were snoring.
Oh, I just followed you.
I'm trying to find the snorer.
Do you have a new account or something?
Who is it? I think it's Sean.
Sean. He's the only one unmuted that's been unmuted.
Oh, sorry about
Sean.
that. Yes.
Has to be him. Come
He
back,
said
Ian.
sorry about that. He heard you, so I think he woke up.
Oh wait. Oh, he did.
He's risen, yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Ian
Let's
changed his
Some,
profile picture.
He's
somebody
risen. I
was.
love that. That's a good one.
Yeah,
see.
somebody
I
was
have a
snoring.
headache. God damn.
You know,
Oh,
last time.
W on the 1v1s, Coco.
Oh,
Yeah,
thanks.
the last conversation you had was that one guy. I could see why.
Yeah.
Well, they thought they were doing something, but the polls, I mean, clearly indicated otherwise.
Coco.
So to us, it's not really about winning the conversation.
What's it
So
about?
that's not really the point when we come in here. It's about to discuss it intellectually honest with each other. So
I
if
don't
we can't
disagree.
be intellectually honest, then we have no debate in the first place.
I don't disagree, but dude was just really cocky.
I mean, he was making some decent points, and it was a decent conversation. But it's just the host wasn't accepting the answers that he was giving him. So that's pretty much the dilemma there.
Well, I mean, the answers just didn't really make logical sense, right? So like, I presented plenty of examples, right, where in one instance he would say that the descendants of people who committed a crime are not held accountable for that crime or labeled a certain way due to that crime. But the minute that like God is doing it, something that is clearly illogical becomes logical and acceptable. So like the person I was reasoning with wasn't being consistent with their argumentation, right? Because like if I was to ask you, right? Let's do the hypothetical again. If I was to ask you, two parents rob a bank, right? What would you call those parents?
I would call them bank robbers.
But
Oh, okay.
that you can't really. I mean, that's not a valid reference because
Wait,
it
no,
states pretty
wait, no.
clearly
Just
inside the
answer the
Bible.
question. Just answer the question. Like, two parents rob a bank. What would you
I
call
will.
them?
Like I said,
So,
but
so
it's not. I'm telling you why it's not a good reference
okay, why is it not a good reference?
because it states clearly that children will not be punished for their parents' crimes or sins.
Okay,
So
granted.
it doesn't. Their personal sins don't get passed down, but it's the generational. It's
Okay,
the one that goes to everybody.
okay,
That's what you
granted.
need to be forgiven for.
But what if not
Okay,
everybody in that generation sinned?
hold on.
The
Okay,
what?
okay, hold on.
Go
I
ahead,
grant
Coco.
that.
Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I grant that. I hear what you're saying. Now, I'm asking you the question. Two parents rob a bank. Are they bank robbers?
Are the children bank robbers or the parents?
The parents. Two parents rob a bank. Are they bank
I'm sorry.
robbers?
Yeah, you are. Your voice is really low, so that's why I'm having a hard time.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so two parents rob a bank. Are they bank robbers?
No, you're all right. You're all right, man.
Fine, Coco. We could hear you fine before.
Oh, okay.
I could
But
hear him
okay,
fine
so
up until this.
okay, so okay, that's fine. But the question I'm asking, right, is two parents rob a bank. Are they bank robbers?
Yes,
Yeah, I would think so. I would think that they would be considered bank robber if they.
and that would be a foundation of truth that we all can agree on. So that's a foundation of
Okay.
truth. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So two parents who rob a bank are bank robbers, right? Those two parents do the deed, and they have a child. Is that child a bank robber?
That is the child of
The
bank
two
robbers.
parent bank robbers.
But the children are not bank robbers until they rob their own, bank.
Okay, yeah. So like they're not bank robbers because they haven't robbed a bank yet, right?
Yeah.
If I was to say that those children of the bank robbers are bank robbers, that would be illogical, right?
Wait, can you repeat that one more time? I think it cut out a
So,
little bit.
so basically what we've covered is that two parents rob a bank, they're bank robbers. And when they have kids, their kids are not automatically bank robbers. Their kids have to rob a bank before they become bank robbers. So I'm asking you, like, would it be illogical for me to say that the kids are bank robbers?
No, it's not, and that's why I said it's a bad reference, and it doesn't make the children bank robbers. So
Oh yeah, okay,
they
okay, yeah. So
again, like
like,
I said, it states.
yeah. So
Go ahead.
so it doesn't make sense for me to say that the children are bank robbers before they've robbed the bank, just because they are the offspring of bank robbers, right?
I see where you're kind of I see why you're confused. So yeah, but you're correct. You're accurate.
Okay, okay. So that's accurate,
I'm
right?
not disagreeing with
So
it. I'm not
so
disagreeing
two
with it.
people commit a crime. Um so okay, so that's established, right? The reason that like me and the
Yeah.
other guest weren't really make like connecting, right? Is because he did the same thing you did. He said that the children of the bank robbers are not bank robbers, and it wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make logical sense for them to be identified as bank robbers before they rob a bank. So that same example, I translate it to the Bible where Adam and Eve sin. Does that make Cain and Abel sinners?
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah. So like okay, so let's take it step by step. Adam and Eve commit a
No, I heard
sin.
you. I heard you. I heard you.
What does that make Adam and Eve?
We don't have to do that. I understand what you're saying.
Oh, okay.
I
So
do.
like Adam and Eve commit a sin, they're sinners, they have kids who haven't committed a sin yet. It would
Yeah.
not make sense to call those kids sinners, right?
Yeah. Agreed.
Okay. But the other guest that I was talking to, he said just because God says so, it all of a sudden makes sense and it becomes logical when it's illogical.
I understand. I understand where you're coming from. So, but okay, the best way that I can put it to you is so since we are born in sin, right? That means that we haven't created any sins ourselves. We're born with a certain sin through generations from Adam and Eve. Everybody is affected by it. Now, when we're born and we start living our lives, then we start adding on our own sin. So we got that generational sin, and then we got our personal sins.
Oh, okay. So, I
What did
mean, then
Jesus die for?
What's that?
What did Jesus unalive for?
Those
Sorry
who
for
For his,
interrupting,
believe in
Coco.
him.
I'm sorry.
oh no, you're
for
I'm
his
good.
sorry, Coco. I
sins.
just couldn't. I just needed
You're
to
all right.
ask. Like, what
You're
did
all right.
Jesus unalive for?
You're all right.
Oh no, you're good.
Yeah,
It's
for
all
his
good.
sins, didn't he?
What did he get murdered for?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call
what
it. Why? What was he
what he
sacrificed
was
for?
crucified on the cross for?
For the sins of anyone who believes John 3:16. Pretty much. That sums it up. For anybody who believes in him,
So the
that
Christians
will
who were born and they're still Christians, like they weren't born in sin.
that they were born Christians.
Yeah, like they're born like
But Christian,
people that grow up and be Christians.
you have to be careful with it because a lot of people think that just because you're born into a Christian family that makes you a Christian.
Yeah, I know
That's not
indoctrination
true.
doesn't make you a real Christian. I understand.
So
Most of y'all are indoctrinated.
you have to be aware of what's being presented to you, and you have to agree on it personally. You have to make that decision personally. So if
So
a
at that
person grows
point,
up
like
in a
Jesus unalived for their sins.
what's that?
So Jesus unalived for their sins. Is that what you're saying? The real Christians,
For who?
the good Christians, the real
For
ones.
true followers.
Okay.
He knows who's being genuine and who's not. Just like a parent knows who's being genuine with their, of their children and who's not.
Not always.
It's the same thing.
Like I'm a parent, and I don't know who's gonna hurt my kid and who's not.
Yeah, we do have our limits, but I mean, you have a pretty good idea of what each child is most likely to do. Not in every given circumstance, but generally.
You can continue, Coco. I'm sorry. I know you've been wanting to like chime in more, Coco.
Oh
I
no, you're
shouldn't have
good.
like stepped in.
I'm no, I'm resting. If I have an issue, I'll let you know. But no, you're good.
Where's
Well,
Happy
yeah.
Taps at?
So,
Tell Happy
so
Taps to
when,
come on.
so when Jesus Christ was unalived for his sins, for his sacrifice, why exactly was he sacrificed? For people to believe in him? Because apparently in the Bible talks about him coming back 3 days later, but there's actually no
So
evidence he actually came back 3 days later, though.
well, we can easily say there is no evidence or there is evidence. But for us to go back and verify everything that is claimed to be truth or fact or untrue, we have to verify ourselves to see it. We have to at least see it demonstrated or exercised. And just because something's demonstratable, that doesn't mean it's automatically validated as truth, as the truth. So we
But
can't really go by that, being intellectually honest.
do you believe that to be true, though? That Jesus Christ was on a sacrifice for his sins, and you actually believed he fulfilled his prophecies? Because I don't know if he fulfilled any prophecies.
If you examine a genuine Christian, now it's kind of hard for y'all to believe that God is real for probably a number of different reasons that you guys have, questions about or whatever. But
Well, yeah, I
I
have
can see
questions on how God would
yeah, and I
exist,
respect
but
that.
I mean, I used to be Christian,
How
but
what?
none of my I used to be Christian a long time ago. It's just that none of my prayers ever got answered. I used to believe in Jesus Christ. I used to, have that, and then none of my prayers got answered. Ain't your
Yeah.
prayers supposed to be answered when you pray to a God for begging for forgiveness and have people forgive you, or the things that you've done in your life, you expect to have God to forgive you, and it just doesn't seem like that happened. It doesn't seem like I've gotten forgiveness for anything. Because I've done things in my life, I've done things in the past, but sometimes I wish I could take it back, but I can't.
Yeah, we all have. We would
You
be
know,
lying
thing,
if we
it's
went
it it
around
it,
or
it just
said
seems
something.
like that. It just seems like if you do something one time, you can't take it back. So once you do something, that you can't undo what you do, and then it screws up everything. And sometimes I kind of wish I would never have done that. The things
Yeah,
I've
we
done
all
in
have regrets.
the things I've done in the past, I kind of wish would be undone, but I wish people would forgive me then, and it doesn't seem like God has forgiven me for anything.
If you guys could follow me through an analogy, I think it would help like describe how this seems from the atheist point of view. So regarding, okay, for God so loved the world, he sent his son unalived for our sins, and then overcame unalivement 3 days later. Okay, so let's take this analogy. Let's say I unalive someone, and they arrest me. They have all the evidence, the witnesses, the family, and they take me to court, and I'm found guilty by a jury beyond a reasonable doubt. And the judge bangs the gavel and says, "Okay, you're hereby sentenced to life in prison." And just at that moment, the judge's son bursts into the courtroom and says, "I'll go to prison for him. I'll take the punishment." And the judge looks at me and says, "Do you accept that?" And I say, "Yes." And the judge says, "Okay, take my son away." And they handcuff him, they take him away to the jail cell. But a couple of days later, the judge's son picks the lock of the jail cell and escapes, and he's never seen from again. And on my way out of the courtroom, I stop and I look at the family and I say, "I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive me. But this court has forgiven me. And now I'm going to go live my best life." And I leave. I never have to pay the punishment for the crime I committed. And this analogy is a point-by-point play on the salvation doctrine of Christianity. So the question I have is, has justice been served, or has an act of love or mercy occurred?
That somebody else took the fall for a crime that you may have not committed.
And they didn't even fulfill the punishment. They didn't fulfill the sentence. They escaped.
Being let off because somebody else paid for the punishment. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying, how has justice happened? If this is supposedly a just God, then how does that work? How has justice occurred here? Or an act of love or mercy? Even if you say it's an act of love or mercy on me, it shows no justice or mercy or love for the family, the victims. And like anybody would pretty much agree that if I walked out of there scot-free, even if I never committed the crime again, if I went on and lived a good life from that point on, there is still a crime that went unpunished because the judge's son didn't really make a sacrifice.
Okay, well, so let's say that did happen, but you're still in the somebody going to take your place part of that story. If he stepped in and took the punishment for you, and he went and served the time for the crime that was being offered or put on you, and you went and lived your best life or the life that you wanted, there's a reason why it says his will be done. We don't have a free will. That confuses a lot of people too. We have the freedom to choose between right and wrong in most situations. So free will would be whatever we want, and then there's no consequences or effects on that thing. We just live how we want, and then there's nothing after that. So that's our own will.
According to my analogy, the only thing that I did with my free will is I took another's life. That's the only thing I did, that I used my free will. The rest of it was outside forces that I had no control over whatsoever.
Yeah, but if a life has been you know what, then there has to be, then there's obviously one less life of the two people that was in that situation. Unalive, yeah, I'm sorry.
And
there's one person. I mean,
wouldn't that sin require?
The only way to justify that was to bring back the person, and we all know that's not going to happen like that. So, I mean,
No, the only thing that happened is that my crime went unpunished. Period. The end.
But what would the justice? If somebody took the place for you, it's not going unpunished. It's just your.
But he didn't pay the price. He didn't serve the time. Just like Jesus rose from the grave.
But if he escapes, yeah. But I don't know this 100% in solid stone, but I'm pretty sure that they do have evidence.
I'll give you the answer. Justice has not occurred. No act of love was displayed. No act of mercy, love, or justice was displayed. That's the one and only answer to the question. And it, like I said, it's a point by point analysis of the salvation doctrine. So I'm trying to get the math. Like the math isn't adding up in terms of like what was accomplished, especially considering the fact that it was planned like that. This was always God's will. This was always the plan. Jesus walked into the scenario knowing full well what the plan was going to be, and he knew that he was going to overcome unalivement. So it doesn't make sense. No, and especially doesn't make sense in terms of the fact that sin still exists. People still choose to do terrible things, right? Because we do have free choice. I don't think too many people dispute that. We can debate about whether or not we really have full will over those choices that we make, but we do seem to have some choice making ability. So my point is that Christianity doesn't really offer atonement. It offers a lazy escape from accountability.
I just wanted to add that
No, it really doesn't. It doesn't
the
because you have
methodology.
a.
Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry. The methodology that you're using is also just another immoral act. I don't think torturing and unaliving someone who's truly innocent is going to be something that's moral, even if it's going to alleviate someone else of their responsibility for what they did. So it's like I just don't see how like another immoral act on top of it suddenly makes the whole thing good. I just don't see that part.
That's
What
a really good
immoral
point.
act are y'all talking about?
But
What's y'all deep into a hypothetical? It seems.
No, it's not. It's not hypothetical. We're talking about like salvation. Like you believe Jesus was innocent. Well, I don't know about you, but basically they're saying like an innocent person was the only person that could take the punishment for the rest of humanity that wasn't innocent. So I'm like, how does this seemingly immoral act of torturing and unaliving an innocent person suddenly make all of everyone's sins justified or like justice be served in this instance? Like I don't see how that works.
Well, when it comes to the faith, that's locked up with what the faith had always revolved around, a sacrifice to God, a perfect, unblemished sacrifice. It's in lockstep with the faith.
I think harming innocent people is okay.
I don't think harming innocent people is okay.
That was the point. It's like the way that the sacrifice is performed, it's basically going against what the very sacrifice sacrifice is meant to be justice for. Because you'd
So
say,
let me ask though, if I wanted to make a wool coat and I selected a lamb that was perfect to make it with, am I wrong for unaliving the lamb to make my coat with? It just got sacrificed for the purpose that I intended it. Am I immoral for doing that?
yeah, I
How
don't
does
think
that
you
make your
believe
sins go away?
a person and an animal, well, not an animal, a person and a lamb are the same thing. I don't think and a lamb are the same thing. I don't think you would eat a person in the same way you eat a lamb. So I think when you're using the verbiage of a lamb, you're just trying to like reduce the impact of the fact that you believe a human sacrifice was necessary for everyone to be alleviated of the responsibility of their actions.
No, I'm not trying to lessen it. I was just giving like a parallel analogy, but yeah, the unalignment of God, if he that's the route he chose to forgive the world of their sins, then I'm not opposed to that.
Well, the point is that it's unnecessary because it's performative. When you look at the way that it all played out, he knew that he wasn't going to stay unalived, right? He overcame unalivement, and so essentially what happened was he had a bad day and took a nap. And how does that make anyone's sins better?
Well, the people who want their sins to be forgiven by that manner, it makes their lives better.
Just be accountable to themselves and the people that they transgress against.
I don't think it's about accountability. I think it's about salvation. What when did they like for when did they become like avoid of accountability?
That's what you just said. You just said that it's not about them facing a punishment; it's about salvation, them being saved from a punishment. Like you just said that it's not about them facing a punishment; it's about salvation, them being saved from a punishment. Like for example, I can give you like another example. Like if I was to light up someone's house, right, and their family passed away, do you think it would be moral for a judge to lock my family in a house and then light it on fire?
Yeah.
You don't think that's absurd?
No. They
Wrongs
raised
make it right.
they raised you. Who raised you? We got to figure that out so we can make things right.
Amy.
So essentially, you're just going full, F the innocence.
Hold on. Did you just say yes to the fact to that if I forgot, was it ICU who were speaking?
Me.
Okay, yeah. So let me get this straight. You think that if IC commits a crime, that it is morally justifiable to, instead of punishing IC, to punish his family? Did I get that correct?
We do that current day in our justice system.
No, we do not.
Oh,
If I go out and rob somebody, they're not going to lock up my sister for the robbery. They're going to lock me up.
There was a mass unaliving here at a high school in Georgia. The kid took a pew, shot up and killed some people, and you know what? He's not in jail alone, but his dad is also.
Because his dad actually
So now you see we do that under our current.
No, because his dad is
justice system.
culpable. No, his dad is culpable because he was a child and he had access to a firearm.
And I can advocate that anybody who had any like effect on you is culpable. I can argue that too.
This is insanity.
That's a law that's holding the father accountable for his minor son that he's responsible for. He's legally responsible for his minor, right? So that's what that is. That's society actually holding someone accountable for something that they were negligent about. They were criminally negligent for.
Sorry, let me mute for a second.
All right.
Just cannot believe I heard that. Like that is the craziest thing I've ever heard.
What did you hear, Hammy?
I heard you.
What'd I say?
You literally said
You said the craziest
that it
thing
would
I've
be
ever heard in my life.
for an innocent, innocent people to be burned alive simply because of my actions, and I don't face judgment.
If you go, yeah, family is still affected. You could have been the sole breadwinner.
Conscious. You're the type of person.
They didn't get burnt alive.
You're the type of person that whenever. Well, I'm sorry, but you're the type of person.
Hold up.
You're the type of person. Oh wait, am I being told to hold up?
Let him spew some venom towards me.
Yes. You're the type of person that whenever there's an unalignment with a cop, you're the type that's like, well, they should have stopped. They shouldn't have resisted.
Correct.
Wow. That's just fan-fucking-tastic.
And you're the person who always says, the
you know what
police have no responsibility.
This is sociopathic behavior
in front of their facilities.
Okay, I think all right. There's a place called North Korea. Okay, you can go there. You have no rights. Whatever the dictator says is the way it goes. But this is a free society. I know you have a problem with it.
This is not
but
a
you
free
have
society.
the freedom to just leave.
Not a free society.
I don't. Yeah. But your idea of a free society, it exists.
You just made an inaccurate statement. This is not a free society. Nothing about it is free.
Define a free
I don't mean
society.
monetarily free. I mean,
I don't mean
we have
monetarily
rights.
free either.
We have rights.
You
in
have
this
rights that
society.
are given to you. You have privileges. You don't have rights.
What are you talking about?
You don't have rights. Everything you do is because you've been given permission.
I wasn't given permission to come up on live.
Yes, you were. By the FCC,
FCC.
by TikTok. Yep. You
I
didn't do
mean,
this
that
for
part
me.
it's not wrong because I mean, it's you do have to have their permission to get on here. So I mean,
All I'm saying
You
is,
have
you know,
privileges. You don't have
back
any
to
freedom.
my
Just
original
remember
point.
that.
There are societies where you can be lorded over by
You are
like a
lorded over
dictator.
right
You
now.
can go over. You can
You're
go to those
lorded over
societies,
right
right?
now, sir.
No,
You're
no, no.
lorded over right
We
now.
don't have we don't currently live in like a police state where like
You do
your
live in a
rights
police
end where
state,
a police
sir.
officer speaks.
You do live in a
That's not the
police
society
state.
we live in. That's a society you want us to live in. I'm just saying there are places like that where you can go and you can live in peace with yourself. I'm not saying anything wrong. I'm just saying why live in a society where we have privileges, right? And then just immediately think that some random person can come and take these away for just no reason.
No, they won't take them away for no reason. But you're damn sure better tread lightly and enjoy the freedoms that the privilege that you have.
So you basically think people don't do things for no reason ever.
What do you mean?
They're like senseless unalivings that happen.
No, I don't. Nothing is senseless. Nothing is done without thought and a degree of premeditation and societal influences in places like TikTok that breed extremists and extreme thought.
Okay, well, I'm not sure if this conversation is going to go anywhere, so it is what it is.
Yeah, enjoy your privileges, man. You've been given permission. That's all I'm saying. Thank God. Yeah.
What's up, albino Huggy?
If your God is what produced you, then I want nothing of it.
Sure, that's one of your privileges if you so choose.
I just can't believe the words that come out of your mouth. It's just so
You don't have to
idiotic.
believe. Have
Few
faith.
nice
Have
little
faith,
words.
Hammy. Have faith in my words.
Oh, I have no faith in your words.
This is what it looks like to just not think.
Doubting Hammy.
It's like the lack of thought.
Damn, that's crazy.
This is just what you get whenever you delude yourself with God belief, I guess.
I love to disreal your all's lives. That's what I do because you really are looking for a real caricature, somebody who you can put in a box to kind of like steer towards your already predetermined atheist.
Oh no, you did that all by yourself. We
It's
didn't make
called-
any
it's called an
judgments.
internal critique. Yeah, see, this is the thing. No, this
you
is
did
the
it to
thing.
yourself.
Yeah, conscious. This is the thing. I did not when I came up here. I did not come up here with a preconceived notion of you. What happened was you sat there and said that other people should be punished, and in the scenario that I see brought forth, unalived if somebody else did something. Like you are literally wanting mob rule.
No, I told you that's what we already do.
No, we don't do that.
We do that.
No, you have not brought one shred of evidence for that.
Look, if you offend me, I will set a blaze to your house and wait down the street with a scope and pick off everyone as they come out there. See?
Wow.
See how easy that is?
Again, that's sociopathic. You know that, right?
How did you label it? How did you coin it? Let me hear that again. What's that phrase?
Called sociopathic.
Sociopathic.
I don't know. I mean, like, I don't want to call the guest any names. No, I'm chilling, dude. I'm just tired for the day. But man, it's been a day. I'm gonna download this live and just like post it on YouTube. I didn't stream to YouTube today. I should have.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Why?
Because I might be painted in a bad light.
Well, what do you mean?
Honestly, I think we should just spread your consciousness word everywhere. You know,
The things I said were
he has
for entertainment
such
purposes
he
only.
has such insightful
Let me
thoughts
get
that
Yeah, we was
I
having a
think we should
decent
spread
conversation.
this all across the globe.
Oh yeah,
You
we
know,
we gonna we gonna spread this all over the place.
Well, let me tell them about what you said, Hammy, before we started recording, and you too, Icy Key.
Yeah, since TikTok doesn't have an option to where you can do that, but okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna tell them what you said about those people.
you can't selectively isolate parts of the live. You just save the whole live at the end of it.
All right, tell the
Yeah.
people whatever you want to tell them. We know the truth.
No, it's going to. They're going to hear your words coming out of your mouth.
Okay, well, my name is Your Conscious, and I'm just saying what's on your mind.
No, you're saying what's on your own.
My name is Mr. Coco. If there are any women looking to date a 6'2" African American young man who weighs 164 pounds, feel free to.
There he is, right
send me a
here,
DM.
honey. I'm looking for you. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I'm totally
Coco.
kidding.
I don't know if someone told you, but earlier when that dude said America was better 50 years ago, you should have asked him, like what time period, like what's the start date and end date of when America was great. Because I was just confused about if he thought like all of American history before 50 years was great, or if it was just that 1 year 50 years ago, because I was just genuinely confused.
Typically when people bring up those arguments about like how like America would be a better country if it was like more theistic, I'm gonna be honest with you, I am completely bullshitting my way through that entire conversation. I do not really have a response to that. I just asked them to bring up their metrics and like any statistics that would justify that claim. That's the best I can do.
I like to point out how fatal conversion therapy is, and that's happening in modern day Christianity, American Christianity. It increases the rate of self annihilation by 500%. That's a real metric that we can see a real effect, a real negative effect from Christianity directly.
You know the one thing that I fucked up on? Now, I want you guys to be like completely honest with me, right? Were people laughing in the comments at my responses to him asking like he asked if I had a daughter and she did OnlyFans, like would I be supportive of that? And like I'm gonna be honest, it did catch me off guard. And I was like I don't know until I'm in that situation, but like I'm still gonna be like a father to her until I'm in that situation, but like I'm still gonna be like a father to her and give her shelter and food. Maybe I'll give her more money to like support her business, but that's kind of weird, right? Like I don't know. I just don't really know what the correct response to that is.
I think he thought he had a gotcha in that moment, and the issue is this: is that, like me personally, I think bodily autonomy is crucial to our, if you want to call it an inalienable human right, and if she's 18 and I've raised her properly, and if she feels okay about it, I'm not gonna make like your answer about like I'm not gonna risk my relationship over it. I might not be comfortable with it. That was a completely appropriate answer, but he kept trying to harp over you. He kept trying to cut you off, thinking he had a got you, and it just made him look silly. So if I had to use my opinion, I would think that people were laughing at being able to see through his bullshit, but he wouldn't be able to give you a definitive answer as to why her having an OF page is morally wrong. Ultimately, he's not going to really be able to answer that.
Yeah. I don't know. I was literally just kind of winging it. Because, I mean, like, I've never really thought about that. Like, if I had a daughter, really just kind of winging it. Because, I mean, like, I've never really thought about that. Like, if I had a daughter and she had a OF, like, what my response would be. But honestly, it would make me a little bit uncomfortable. I'm not going to lie. But, like, I'm not Christian. I don't care. Like, you're an adult. Do what you want. and
But why
keep
would
your
it give you
room
that
in my
feeling
house, I
though?
guess. Hmm.
But why would it give you that feeling, that slight feeling of, hey, something's at least off here? I wouldn't let's just say that hypothetically.
Well, me
There's
personally, I wouldn't
something
really
inside us
go.
that gives us that.
Well, me personally, I wouldn't go into like schmeck's work, but also I was like raised religious, and there's a little bit of like conditioning in me. But honestly, from like an atheistic worldview, as long as you're being like safe and healthy and using the schmondoms and protective equipment and whatever, I don't really see anything that's wrong with it, to be honest. I mean, and also if you're a man or woman and you're just doing like solo stuff, all the better. Like if people are gonna buy it from you, I mean, go ahead and provide. I don't really see what the issue is.
Well, he was trying to show you the difference between like just some random person that's doing it that they don't know versus somebody you care about. That he was kind of trying to explain it that way.
Either way, I
But
wouldn't
there's a
really.
difference. So when you use the comparison between the two that he was making, if you take the person that you don't know and the person you do know, which would be a mother, sister, daughter, any of those that are obviously, we'll just use female for now. But there's a reason why you feel that different way versus the one person that you don't know versus the one person that you do know.
No.
And that's kind of that conscience telling you that, hey, something's off here.
Yeah, for me,
Built
for me, I
emotion.
wouldn't really. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Saying it's called an appeal to emotion. What he's doing is he's trying to pull on your heartstrings for an argument that he has no actual backing for. Besides
No,
his
but I mean, like, yeah, but regardless, like, I don't really like. I mean, I just wouldn't really care for the situation, right? Like, imagine I'm reading a newspaper in my living room. My daughter, who is like 18, 19, comes up. Hey, father, I'm doing OnlyFans. I would just be like, okay, you're an adult. Do your thing. Are you okay? Are you healthy and happy? Yeah, father. Cool. I'm watching the football game. You want to join me? Sure, father. Cool. Let's go. Dallas Cowboys.
I hope your daughter is not just constantly just like, hello, father. Hello, father. Father, hello, father.
Yeah.
So I can bring it back to something we all can relate to as parents. Something we all can relate to as parents to our children. When we have children and they're in our house and we're in the home together, every parent has a set of rules. Although it's different in each household, every parent has their own rules for their household, for their children, and for whatever else. Now, if children disagree with it or don't see the reason why they need a certain rule or a few rules, is it okay or valid for them to kind of just blow off the parents' rules and make their own rule set? Or even
No.
if they disagree with them,
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, keep going.
even if they disagree with them, you still have to follow them. So I mean, it leaves you with two choices: either you don't follow the rules that are given, or you do. There's consequences to both good and bad consequences. So I mean, we can't just, even if we don't believe in God, I mean, there's only one being, one thing that states us as their creation in this world that we know, that we've come across. We've all come across the Bible because we talk about it. There's only one thing that states us as their creation. Evolution doesn't make no statements because it's an organism.
No, I'm really tired. But what was that last part?
Evolution is not an organism.
Yeah,
Well,
Evolution
what?
is a
the origin,
process.
I guess. Yeah, random process.
It's not even
So
random. It's a process. It's a mechanical process of biological life, and it gives us explanatory power. It it gives us answers that we wouldn't get in the book. The book tells a whole nother story. That's not accurate. That doesn't comport with reality. Whereas evolution comports with reality to the point to where that we can have modern medicine. We practically doubled our lifespan in the last 100 years. It shows results. It's not just something we can hypothetically think about. Like, what if this happened? What if evolution happened and we're just making it up? We can actually apply it and see the results, and we can observe it in action in nature.
But you can also stand up here and say everything that you want to be a fact as a fact. That doesn't make it a fact. So that's the whole thing between that.
That's when you need evidence to back up those facts, and we have a mountain of evidence for evolution. We have a mountain of evidence for evolution.
I keep hearing that, but I don't really. When it comes to be presented, it's kind of like still a possibly scenario, possibly this or maybe that. So,
It is one of the most established facts in science. It is one of the most established facts in science.
I don't know. Science backs up a lot of truth claims and
Wait,
accuracy.
What are we talking about? I'm sorry, I stepped away.
Things inside the Bible. So science verifies a lot of claims inside the Bible as accurate.
What? No, they haven't.
Don't. Oh yes, they do.
No, it hasn't.
Now he's skeptical about evolution and about the evidence for evolution. Yeah, but that's what he's saying right now.
Okay,
that's the
hold
subject
on.
he's on right now. Go for it, Amy.
I have a question here. You were saying that, so you believe that the science that quote unquote backs the Bible, that's trusted science. But the science that says that evolution is overwhelmingly a fact, that one's to be questioned.
No. So let's get even on that. I
Okay.
know there is
Let's get even.
Accurate science and inaccurate science. So we'll just leave it at that. So now we have a fair play.
Well, I kind of can't just leave it at that. What do you mean by that?
Is all of our science accurate?
I think that the science that's been peer
change?
reviewed, yes.
And when we find something that's inaccurate, it's better science that tells us that.
Yeah. So for instance,
So what's that? That's a correction. That's inaccuracy.
No.
Better that we've applied. Go ahead.
Yeah. So let's take for instance. So we have Newtonian laws of gravity, right? Newtonian laws. What he did was Newton, whenever he was figuring out the solar system and how it worked, he got the sun, the Earth, I think Mars, and like one other planet in his calculations. But then whenever he would go further than that, for him it kind of started falling apart, and so he gave it up to God. He said that God's keeping everything in control here. And then a predecessor of his comes behind him and sits there and is able to add more planets in. And then whenever he reached his limits, he said, I'm giving it up to God, it must be God. And then so on and so forth. Well, Newtonian gravitational laws and stuff like that, they're accurate. However, there's certain areas of science that they cannot explain. So that's whenever we switched over to the early 19th century, whenever Einstein comes around and develops his theory of relativity, and his understanding of gravity and how it works. It revolutionized the way we were thinking about things. That didn't make Newtonian laws inaccurate. It just added upon them. So 9 times out of 10, whenever there's science that's like inadequate, it's just because somebody else comes along and says something like, hey, we're not accounting for this. Now then you have the people like, say, the race realist who use science to try to say that the YT man was smarter than the black man, and they use really bunk science. But the thing is like actual scientists were calling them out for it of the time frame. Their scientists were calling it out for it, but people did not care because they were racist, so they kept wanting to use that. And then whenever finally it, like, I guess society had enough and they're like, okay, yeah, no, that's bunk. People are like, well, see, look, science once said that the YT man was smarter. And it's like, no, science never said that. Racists said that. And they try to use science to back it up, but scientists had been consistently calling them out for it.
So that's pretty much all you're summing all those inaccurate claims of science as that.
See, the thing is saying
that science was misused by. I'm sorry, science was misused. That's what he's saying. And better science is what proved it wrong.
I can tell what
exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that's exactly what I'm saying. Is that people misapply science, and they get the outcome that they personally like, but then actual science is like, I mean, it's same thing happened like with a lot of these problems. A lot of these problems that creationists tend to have with like the fossil record. We have these people like the Piltdown Man, where they were like, people kept saying, "Oh, look, science got this wrong," but it was never science who said that it was a distinct human. It was a farmer who found it on his land, took it to somebody, an artist saw it, and the scientists were working on it, and the artist did a rendition. Like he drew what the creature could have looked like. And then science sat there and said, hey, no, this is actually a pig tooth.
Good science is performed is that it tries everything that it can do to disprove itself. That's the scientific method followed correctly. Is you're trying to disprove your hypothesis, and then it doesn't just end there. Then you present your information to your peers, and then they try to disprove it. And whatever's left at the end of it is typically what is accepted as the consensus that helps best explain what we see, what we observe.
Yeah, and so then we go to the Bible where it makes science claims. Like, so for instance, in the beginning, God created everything and all that good stuff, all that good jazz. Well, in the beginning, we have God creating plants before he created the sun.
Mm-hmm.
And we know for a fact that plants need the sun.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we ask what came first, the chicken or the egg, obviously we don't know, right? And it doesn't say he created Adam as a baby and Eve as it never states that they were created as babies.
Yeah, it says clay.
Clay, yeah. So
Yeah, that's just inaccurate. That is just not true. It does not comport with reality.
It's inaccurate.
Yeah, because...
Are you serious?
What's inaccurate? Okay, this is the part that's inaccurate, because the thing is like clay Clay, and it's actually not clay. He pulled the dust off the ground and created Adam. And dust is made of dirt. Dirt's main component is silicon. And the thing is human are carbon-based life forms, not silicon-based. So if God had pulled dust from the ground to create Adam, then we would all be silicon-based life forms, but we're not. We're carbon-based. So that's what's inaccurate about that. And also, we do know which came first, the chicken or the egg, and it was the egg, because the chicken is actually a descendant of the jungle fowl. And so jungle fowl had given laid eggs, and out pops the chicken.
So what happens when the two chickens have smegms? An egg pops out, right?
Well, chickens
Pops out, right?
well, chickens don't have
So it
smegms.
takes something to make that egg.
Well, no, hold on. Again, the chickens don't have schmecks. What happens is the jungle fowl had laid eggs. The male fertilized the eggs, but there's no schmecks involved. It's literally chicken lays it. The rooster type of thing comes over and fertilizes those eggs, and then the hen sits on it to incubate them. But anyway, so the jungle fowl had to lay eggs. Then, due to the fact that evolution happens, we have chickens popping out of those eggs. Like, it's a cross species between the jungle fowl and some other bird. I don't know what the other bird is. Like, I'm not going to act like I know every single bit of the chicken's lineage. Like, don't get me wrong. But I know it's a cross between what?
I said, well, I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah. So, but I know that one of them, it was the jungle fowl. So you have most likely the jungle fowl laid the eggs. The other bird fertilizes it, and then whenever the eggs hatch, chickens pop out. And
it takes something to make that egg, though, right? It takes a process to make that egg.
Yeah, it takes the hen of the jungle fowl to lay it, and the male to fertilize it.
Okay, that's all I was asking.
Oh yeah, and just because like I really need to make this understood for a second. Evolution doesn't happen on the individual level. So evolution happens on the population level. So we have a population, a grouping of creatures that then evolve the individual one of each. It's like, no, that's not how that works. Evolution affects only the populations. The population, at the population level.
Yeah, because I ask people genuinely, what atheism or what evolution is to them, so I can get a general standing of what they believe.
Do you want
I get a lot of different answers, to be honest.
Yeah. So do you want the scientific definition of what evolution is?
I would rather hear the claim that it makes. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's the thing, is like the scientific definition is the claim. The scientific definition is change in allele frequencies over time. That's what evolution is. The allele frequencies happens to again, like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a biologist, I'm not an evolutionary biologist, I'm not anything like that. So I, like, without looking up, I can't tell you exactly what an allele is. I don't know if Everlasting knows off the top of his head or not.
Basically, geneticists are kind of steering, like, the word genes are becoming less used in the field of genetics. Even that sounds ironic, but alleles give us more. They give us more explanatory power. It's a more detailed description of what's happening genetically. So when you talk about that allele frequency that we see, mutate in populations over long periods of time, then we can see genetic drift. We can see how interbreeding plays a part in that, and or even inbreeding for that matter leads to genetic mutations. So it's a matter of there are species that say inbreed themselves into extinction, and then there are species that survive because they have more diversity in their their breeding ability. And there's also a difference between selective breeding and and naturally occurring allele frequency change in populations. So, like for instance, what we did with the domesticated dog, that was selective breeding, but we utilize the principles of evolution, even though we didn't realize that we were doing it. We were essentially, scratching the surface of what evolution is, what we observe in evolution in the diversity of species. So that's just a quick little summary of the topic.
So evolution, because a lot of people like to try to shoehorn in abiogenesis into evolution, and evolution doesn't care about how life started. Evolution is just out here to basically describe the change in populations of life that has already been here. It cares. It does not care how it started. It just cares about that it started and what to do with it.
Crazy things. It's been a crazy life.
There were some good conversations, though. I can say that.
Yeah.
Is there any other science questions you'd like, Ian?
No, I listen to what you guys say and kind of like the consistency in between, one another. I know everybody's not going to say the same exact thing, but I look for consistency in whatever truth claim is coming out. And that's pretty much that's a valid tool that we can use to validate something as being true. So,
Well, not necessarily, because one of the things you have to understand too is that most of the time when you're talking to people on here, you're talking to lay people. Lay people are not always going to get everything 100% correct. I've sat there and seen lay people misuse a lot of different things. So, like, trying to get truth from people on TikTok, like, you might as well go to your local town square and just ask every individual person what they believe.
Good idea. Let's do it. No, I'm kidding.
but yeah, accuracy and consistency. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. I don't really have no science question. I'm kind of just digging through the consistencies and the accuracies of the truth claims that evolution pretty much states. But I look at it from a basic level, because really, I mean, I don't believe that anything is too complicated enough to break down to a simpler form. I mean,
Can you repeat that?
I said I don't believe anything is too complex within our realm, within our abilities.
I would disagree with that only because, like, there was a famous quantum physicist who sat there and he dedicated like decades upon decades of his life learning this stuff, and he once said that if you think you know quantum mechanics, you don't know quantum mechanics.
Yeah, but also on the same foot, you can kind of take something really simple that everybody can easily understand and really overcomplicate it as well. So I mean, there's both sides to that.
That, I'm sorry, I was eating. That is usually somebody who wants to appear smart who isn't really smart.
Hmm?
I'm not too sure on that, so I can't really say like I know or I don't know. So I'm just
It's
kind of in the
important to
middle on
remember is, try to remember that science doesn't make absolute claims. Science explains the natural world in a way that best conforms to what we observe in reality. And then when new information becomes available, it reassesses things. That's what makes science reliable. Whereas, like let's take the Bible for instance, it's set, it's written. It can be interpreted different ways, which is problematic, but it's not, like it has to stick to the plan. It has to stick to the blueprint. Whereas science, cool. I'm gonna hop on down. Thanks for the conversation, y'all.
Yeah, no problem at all. My connection got laggy there for a sec. But anyway, I'm probably gonna call it a night.
That's what I was about to say that when I heard that yawn.
Yeah. Well, there's 18 people in here. Does anyone in the comments? Well, there's 18 people in here. Does anyone in the comments, anyone at all, have any questions for me? Comments, concerns, critiques? Anyone?
Any questions for me? Any questions for me?
Yep, I don't.
No, anyone? Nope. Good night, Albino Huggy. Good to see you here.
All right, y'all have a good night.
Nope, yep, you have a good one. 15 people in here. Does anyone have any last comments, questions, concerns?
Want me to go fuck off?
Yeah, that too. Are you studying for your debate with Kota? Or
I've got it all pretty much down. The only thing I have to do is actually, since we're having to do an opening, I'm gonna have to try to write out a 7 minutes?
yeah, so and you don't even have to
7
use all
minutes.
7 minutes.
Okay, well I'll try to write out an opening. And then just try to come up with questions for him, which are going to be fairly easy.
Okay, it's gonna be fun.
It's going to be fun, but it's also like I think that he's in for a rude awakening.
What's up, P. Mars? You got 3 minutes according to my schedule.
You should be a Christian so you don't go to hell.
I'm not even sure if hell is real.
Well, I guess you'll believe it when you're burning in it.
Maybe. But hey. How are you?
Give me just a second.
Go ahead.
Playing around with
Yeah, and I'm sorry. I thought P. Mars had asked me how are you, and I'd answered, but I was with the customer at the time.
Yeah. What did you say, P. Mars?
Oh, I've just been playing around with AI a lot lately. There's something called like Notebook LM, and you can upload books or papers to it.
and then it turns it into a podcast, which is kind of cool.
Okay. No, that's cool.
Do a podcast yourself about it.
Because then I'd have to read all that stuff.
Yeah. It's usually what you should do if you find a paper that's interesting.
Okay.
But you can only read so much. So it's kind of cool to have the AI read for you on podcasts.
Yeah, I mean, I still end up just reading things because it's a lot better for me, I guess. I don't know.
Well, not everyone can read. Some people listen to podcasts. And so then I upload the podcast.
Very, very, very cautious of AI, though. What I would do just to make sure that, because AI, like, it's been shown to do.
It's based off you upload text into it. Right?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that there have been lawyers who have tried to use AI and they've uploaded things and it still ends up making things up. And so it's one of those things that what I would do is I would take one paper that you do set aside just to read and then upload it and see if it's make sure that it just has a barometer to make sure that it's doing it correctly. Continue to do it just every so often.
Well, okay, folks. It's 11 o'clock. There's 16 people in here. Any last questions, comments, concerns, critiques over the live today?
You're all going to hell. Tag is the best argument.
Tag is the worst argument, and you have yet to provide the existence for hell. Or zero play. That's the thing. That's the thing with these pre-suppers is they like to use these arguments, but like they run from evidence talk.
Yeah, it'd be like that. Yeah. But I don't know. I think maybe he just left. Who knows? But
Just left, but in general that tends to be what happens.
yeah, I agree. But anyway, well, cool. I guess I will see all 15 people that are here around. Nobody's hopping up for any questions, critiques. I'm gonna go check out the other lives, or probably fall asleep. So
I'm at work until 6 a.m., so I will be checking out the other lives.
The space between thoughts. When will the next fan base fueled poll be host? I'm not sure, but I can come up with creative polls, and we can do that more often if you guys liked it. Yeah, today was a fun live. I was just having fun, and
There was a couple of things that I would have done differently whenever you were talking about the sin and stuff. Like I personally, like, I would have brought up the fact that that since like the fact that Adam and Eve did not know that not following God was bad because they hadn't eaten from the tree of good and evil, so they couldn't have known that not listening to him was a bad thing. And so therefore punishing them for something they didn't know they were doing wrong is in and of itself wrong.
No, oh yeah, I've heard that argument before.
Because I mean, it'd be just like having a toddler who doesn't know that listening to you is wrong. That listening to you is wrong, or not listening to you is wrong, and then you punish them because you tell them to do something and they do it anyways, or you tell them not to because you tell them to do something and they do it anyways, or you tell them not to do something they do it anyways. Like, no, like I'm not gonna sit there and and abuse a child because a toddler at that because they did something wrong. Because there's a nice syllogism about if you should abuse a child in that manner, and it basically goes like this: that can the child like be reasoned with? Like, can you talk to them and be able to grasp what you're saying? If the answer is no, then they don't understand why you're striking them, and so you shouldn't strike them. If the answer is yes, then reason with them, because there's not a reason to strike them.
Yep.
And so, God punishing Adam and Eve for doing what disobeying them is Him striking them whenever they didn't know what they were doing was wrong.
Okay. What you got for me? I don't know, or IDK?
Oh, somebody came in.
Yeah. I personally, I'm agnostic. I did leave Eastern Orthodox Christianity. I was just, I guess I'd say that Christianity doesn't really make sense. I think the idea of like trying to build an objective framework without like an established God is really dangerous.
Interesting. I don't meet a lot of people who left Eastern Orthodoxy to become agnostic or atheist. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
But yeah, no, wait, what was your point again? One more time. Sorry, I'm tired.
Oh, I just think it's essentially religion in this sense. I lean atheist, so like I think that religions do nowadays is essentially just take all of the subjectiveness of human morality, but get like an objective pass, like by saying like it's God's will or whatever.
Yeah. People use like the term God and like fear and superstition behind the idea of God to govern certain people or control people. The Catholics pulled it off during the Protestant Reformation, right? When they were selling penances and saying like, if you pay us, we'll forgive your sins and like, allow your dead relatives to make it into heaven. And they were using God to play around and like scare people and manipulate people. So it's a very common practice. But anyway, if that's it, guys, I'm probably gonna get off now. Maybe grab some food to eat and yeah, hop around to some other eyes. But thank you guys for being here, and I'll see you guys around. I love all of you guys.
Bye.